Hello, hello, guys. Well, it's good to see not everyone has the African timing punishment effect, but also, yeah, we just
Hello, GM. Can you hear me?
everyone. Welcome to the DAO Carnival, day 5 of the 12 nights of the Christmas Bonanza. I am Abigail Jasmine representing the DAO, and I'm thrilled. This is a day dedicated to DAOs, community building, and decentralized collaboration, and we have an amazing lineup for you guys. Today, founder of the ZAO, Metamu, founder of RC Nouns DAO, Great Adams, co-founder of Let's Build DAO, and many other DAOs, Badithopia on board, Lil Nouns, the ZAO, Nouns DAO, Builder DAO, the Society, Safari DAO, all bringing their insights, experience. Make sure you invite your friends and fellow builders to join. We want as many people as possible to experience the power of DAOs today. If you're joining virtually, please. And thank you so much. Back to you, Miss Lulu. Okay, guys. Hello, Natalie. On. So, to all the guys watching us on Twitter, YouTube, LinkedIn, I'm going to be displaying the QR code. Then you guys are going to like this is one among very few, not only in Africa but globally. And we get to attend Discord calls, we get to meet on community calls within separate DAOs. But I will start by introducing the speakers. And while I do that, Moto behind the tech team, can you please help me display if you're right here or about to join us as one of the participants, or if you're a speaker as well and you would like to add an exciting question to today's session, please feel free, scan the QR code. I'm Miss Lulu. I'm a software engineer. I work with Builder DAO. Then we'll get to talk about, or rather, I work with Bud, or I'm a founder at Bud, or who you are as an individual.
Hey everyone. So thank you so much for the warm welcome, Miss Lulu, and for having me here today. So hey everyone, and yeah, I'm glad that you all are here, and I love this space. Where you kind of feel the connection between every person.
Us on stage, say hello. We want to hear you talk.
I'm still recuperating from the last 2 weeks. But I'm here. I was involved in a bunch of the early DAOs like C Club and Forefront and helped formulate kind of community centric models in this space and movements that existed in the world and had a bunch of projects in that world. So I'm just here and happy to be with my people. So.
Ooh, but sure, why not? Natalie says no more drinks. I agree. Kenya is a different space when it comes to drinking. Anyways, guys, say hello to us. Tell us about what you do. A bit about Lisk DAO. And yeah, there you go.
My name is Ibrahim Aziz. I'm a builder and really happy to be here.
Okay. Then we have...
Yeah, thanks Mr. for the introduction. It's great to see so many familiar handles, not faces, in that call. I'm Benedictus, or enable any community to more or less easily spin up their own DAO and govern community resources, decision making, some research efforts with Metagov, but also in academia, and have been around both on the regulatory and the community side of Web3/crypto, putting in place a framework that allows very grassroots oriented communities to come up and build a place that they can call home digitally. Thanks very much.
Okay. I hope you guys can hear me. For a minute there, my microphone almost took me a lesson. Okay, don't you learn blood. I love that.
Okay, so I introduced myself, right? So I'm Vlad, skateboard and forecaster. I'm a very active member of NARS. Yesterday we just launched NARS TV beta version, so check it out.
I see Great Adams. Oh no, Great Adams, hello. Oh, I see you now. Hello, please come. Tell us a bit about yourself, Adams, your name, what you do, what you represent.
My name is Creative Financial Adams. I'm a blockchain developer, Leaks ambassador, and also lead for Let's Be DAO. So today I'm representing Let's Be DAO.
Oh, nice. Welcome. So that's Great Adams from Let's Build a DAO, guys. And yeah, lastly, I missed any other speakers. Others will be joining us very soon, like Zal. And yeah, so far we are ready to get. So we're going to go about it, guys. For the guys on X, there is a QR code being displayed. Then please feel free to scan the QR code and the DAOs that they work with and their missions, and that's what today is about. So I see today on the day 5 we're celebrating DAOs. It's a DAO Carnival. So we have as many DAOs as we could reach. We have the representatives right here with understand the reasoning behind it. Why should I be part of a DAO? Today's the day. So we got the whole team on board. We got as many people as we can. Amazing, great minds here with us today, guys. And we would like for you guys to hear from them. Sorry guys, so you guys can check it out. Yesterday was such an amazing day. Before we get started into DAO Carnival, I'd like to thank everyone who showed up for the Bonanza Fiesta yesterday. For go-karting, we had pizza-based pizzas, we had pizza-based lunch. And there's more exciting news coming up, guys, on the 13th of this month, physically happen on this called Tryouts. Pizza-based pizza. Pizza-based is among the businesses working with Builder DAO to come on chain. So, okay, is what is a DAO? So I would like to start with having the different DAOs tell us about their mission first. Immediate DAO is to the people we have on call or from outside the call, joining us from the live who don't understand exactly what a DAO is in the room. So we can have one of them jump in and answer. We could hear from you, Vlad. How would you explain a DAO?
Well, so I'm used to like explain to like skaters, so like I try to make it very simple. So I using the builder DAO, right? So I often like go to the treasure that we can only move by making decisions together through the proposals, or I try instead of having like people in administrative positions, we have contracts working together. Then I go to builder DAO contract page, human points of failure. So that would be the next interaction of coordination online in a transparent way, and then I formulate like a simple sentence with that right now, but I like to use those examples in my experience.
Ooh.
I like when Willie explains.
He's on his way. He's not yet here though, but he's on his way here. And then I'll throw the question to welcome. I see Tet is in the room as well. I'll throw the question down.
a bunch of people that ain't got no jobs, and I was kidding. No, the best way I describe a DAO, at least, or say they all like boats, and they may come together to buy a boat, and so they have a shared. There's this idea of like a shared interest or shared came together to buy like a golf course, and they voted on like what it would look like, and they shared the governance about that. So that's how I best explain it to people.
Willy Wonka celeb. He's on his way, guys. Now you're making me curious to also hear him explain exactly what I do. Oh wow. Speak of the devil, no, not the devil, but Willy Wonka, you were just being mentioned left, right, center of the call. We're happy to have you here. Any speakers that good morning. We introduce themselves. Then we already have like 6 questions lined up. Ask me anything AMAs for the speakers. Let me start with Itet. Hello, hello. So yes, we'd love to see everyone behind the screen for sure. Hello, Itet. Say hi to us. Introduce yourself. Tell us what DAO you're representing or what blockchain organization you're with.
I had to rush back home. So hi guys, it's great to be here. My name is Etete Talk, more of a software engineer, and on the space. I also actively promote and support other initiatives like researchers in this part of the world to utilize this science to solve problems around sickle cell. It's actually new. We started getting people on board, getting researchers, key players, medical people on board. And aside that, I also work as a developer for the contribute as a developer relation, more of a developer advocate. And locally, I'm from Nigeria, so I also belong to the Ethereum Nigeria community, which is more like a DAO. We actually focus.
To the call, I think I'm getting more excited to see more people here. Yes, let's go Nigeria, just like Vlad said. And then I see you came late to the party. You can go straight ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us a bit about yourself and what you do.
Sounds good. I thought I was early. I thought we were starting for another hour, but probably the time zone makes sense. Over 7 years later, Shapeshift became a DAO in 2021. It was actually the first corporation to transition into a DAO. So that was an awesome DAO experience. I learned a lot from that. I also helped build the godfather of DAOs. He was the community manager of the first DAO. So shout out Griff. Learned a lot about how to DAO it from him, the master. And got involved with Nouns DAO and very quickly got a grant to build a customizable Barcaster client for the Nouns community. That's called Nounspace. Vlad joined the team, and we've been building that out since. And are now on top of Barcaster is the right recipe. So yeah, I can talk a lot about what not to DAO at least, and why DAOing it is guys today, and help answer any questions I can. Let's build. Woo!
And I dodged the DAO question, pointing like, no, Will is the best one to answer this question, and it just confirmed everything.
Your wonderful introduction. Oh my days, I'm so excited that you're here. And we can continue with the questions, I believe. Sorry, I can see Riza in the room. Riza, so the question of what is a DAO? Vlad had answered that question, but can you kindly explain to me?
So not only can you allocate funds, that's kind of the core thing that makes DAOs special, is that the community can manage their treasury and allocate funds without a bank account. And you can configure these DAOs like however you want. That's the cool thing about smart contracts. Like you can describe it, you can program it that way. So at its core, it's community managing and treasury, but it can also have
Okay, thank you so much. Really, I can see Riza is back. Riza, do you mind saying hello to the community?
I am presently in Alabama, staying with the Echota Cherokee tribe. And
Thank you for that, Riza, and welcome. Welcome to the community. Okay, so next question is it's directed to all the speakers here. How did your DAO get started?
I missed the question. How did I start what?
Question is, if not, you started the DAO. When you first joined the DAO, what were the first challenges you faced, the major challenges, and how did you overcome the challenges?
Okay, so you're gonna have to choose which DAO. The options are Skyhive, NARS, NounSpace, Builder DAO, Nouns DAO. You're gonna have to choose one. Shapeshift.
Yo, can you do it in general for the people, or like the one you prefer?
Oh no, I think Shapeshift was the first DAO. I was working on CoinNet. He saw my community manager work there, and he said, "Hey, we're doing like a proposal for the globalization work stream, which is a proposal to work there in this globalization department that work together with the marketing department." And then there was like a delivery team, like tools like Snapshot, Boardroom, decentralized at the front end, the back end, everything in order to fulfill the goal of decentralized shapeshifting to a DAO, which is good because you can see like many parts of the DAO working. And sometime while I was working on Shapeshift, we were doing an event here to become a speaker there to talk about nouns in Brazil. And that's how I got to know nouns, was like out of the sun, Brazilian builders also heard about nouns. So I was working Shapeshift DAO was a kind of DAO like DeFi, and I was introduced to nouns DAO.
Anyways, okay. So guys, I'm back. On the same question that Miss Abby asked you, Blood, on the biggest challenge you faced. Very, right, no brainer questions, but introducing them into the DAO space and the blockchain space as well. Most of them are very new. So I'll take the question to leading one.
Okay. I think that's a perfect question. So build a DAO didn't stay, but kept running into the same problem. Everybody was facing, people were learning blockchain, but nobody was learning coordination. And Zoud App last year, as a hub to learn and also to grow with students, especially in Ethiopia. And everyone, so the bad founder said, if we don't teach like DAOs in Africa, nobody else will. So that's why we started, and it started with like Ruby, and shared Google Docs for ideas, brainstorming, and the belief that every African builder deserves like the tools to coordinate a full-on movement, and transition into DAO workshops, governance experiment, and so many more. So the challenge that we face, starting with almost zero resource, so like there was no big grants, no sponsorship, no fancy equipments. It's just like insane resilience as well. And so that we had like just an ambition and something we believe in. So we kept alien to some people. Some people say like DAO is that like a crypto trading, because most people associate blockchain to that type of stuff. Like, why do we need this? Is the most we had to teach them like the basic concept of it, and why transparency, build trust, and so many more. And then Africans can't build governance, and also young people won't take responsibilities, and so many more. But we prove them wrong, and we are still in early days, not for the sake of many, but they believed in our idea and in our mission. And that's why we still are here, and we are still keep going. And
Ooh, okay, interesting. I see the call is getting feisty. Well, so yeah, that goes all the way from Builder DAO Ethiopia.
So I remember joining my first DAO, I think it was in 2019 or 2020 conference. It was around it was organized by, I think, Glenn Whale and some others. And I think, when you first enter the DAO space, you're super overwhelmed because you enter Discord or you enter conference and you see all these VPs and everyone is talking about stuff you have absolutely no idea about. And you also, I think, don't know that a lot of the channels that actually are relevant for of things that are going on, and it's very difficult for you to put together a picture that allows you to act upon it and kind of join. So that's why I found the cohort potential members or new joiners to basically give them a crash course where they had some sort of capstone project at the end of to learn about DAOs, to learn about the exact organization. So really having a very structured outcome-oriented, founding DAOs. I think the issue is that a lot of people are spread very thinly in Web3. Not just in the DAO, but of 5, 10, 15, and you're always looking for new opportunities or for ways to get funding, because that's also between so many different things, and you need to context switch all the time, and everyone else is doing the exact same thing. So you end up project that is currently advancing and has the highest likelihood in becoming a DAO. So a lot of the traction, a lot of the funding that is available, essentially being cut up because you need to cover or have it in the back of your mind that it might not work out, and there are all the other DAO projects. So talk about, or that is very common in DAO. So you end up spreading yourself thin.
I've seen the same issues when I came in as well. Then I'll throw another question from the chat. I see he dropped in. Yes, great Adams. Hello there by the corner. Maybe you could answer.
Were you asking if anyone can answer that?
Well, you can go ahead. I see maybe Adams is having an issue with his mic, but yeah, you can go straight ahead. No worries.
Flat DAO, where basically every decision goes up to a proposal and then everyone votes on it. That's basically how DAOs operates. But it can also be everyone voting on every decision. So, for example, Shapeshift is an example of a DAO that looks very much like a centralized organization, but instead of a CEO and a board and shareholders on top, that's focused on one specific mission or department, basically. So, for example, you could have an engineering work stream, and that engineering and then get approval from the community, and then that team then has authority to allocate their own treasure. So really anything is possible. The community can always evolve it and make a proposal to adjust how the DAO works on the top level, or create an organizational structure of work streams. For some DAOs, it's a kind of a term for the T, right? I think it's a balance basically of trying to make sure that the proposals that you're putting up in the community are interesting things that the community actually has context on. And you can imagine how but if they can delegate some authority and some funding to a work stream or a sub DAO that's focused on whatever that project or specialty is, then the community is able to judge then those day-to-day decisions, which can be better left to the experts who are focused on that. And yeah, I see Natalie asking about the multi-sig too. You're basically putting your trust in whoever controls that multi-sig, which can be good. It can enable the DAO to move a little bit faster and not have to have all their contracts on chain. The nouns.build or any of these nouns contracts is that they are fully on chain. It's one of the reasons I really like nouns is that you're able to get these really awesome, fully on chain, audited, battle tested contracts that you can deploy through your trust.
Okay, yes, I see. Nick says, thank you, very well explained. Then I see a question on what are some real-world projects your DAO has successfully executed? This is specifically to
the K-Hive side. I think having a DAO of active users creating content every day, their winnings and and failures as well. We have a terrible communication, but I think having the platform that K-Hive has being created by people that didn't know how to code when system the builder DAO ecosystem with noun space, blank space, with nouns. I think that's a win. Open source internet example of a community that came from an idea from certain people and grew organically. That and nowadays it's powered by Base, Builder DAO, Hive, Zora, by a bunch of and on the NARS side, I was thinking that the other day because NARS it's thinking about creating another proposal for nouns and military stuff like proposals, which is a successful experiment and generated a lot of noble video material for the DAO and for its holders and collectors. Sustainability, I was thinking if someone in 3 years with the budget that NARS had could create an art project that has 15 sculptures. I think that's pretty cool that NARS it's tried to be a DAO, a brand, a movement, but ended up being this art movement that finds some points that we need to evolve. I mean, all DAOs. We have some good outcomes that only could have gone that way because it was inside.
I think K-Hive is a really awesome example, and NARS, of communities who are there because they're very much aligned with the mission. They believe it. They're not just there to make money, basically, but these are building a community and actually making money. And those aren't unique to DAOs, right? Even if you're just trying to start an organization, it's very hard to make enough money to be sustainable, and it's very hard to build a community as DAO. And it's even harder for those other reasons we talked about earlier, like those terms saying, where you have to also explain to every community member how to actually use the DAO. And then similarly, how do you actually better than basically centralized organizations is this shared mission where anyone can join. Someone was asking are any of these DAOs hiring? It's coming in to incentivize that, but a lot of DAOs are struggling to do that. And so in lieu of that, basically DAOs are permissionless. You can just go in, if you find a DAO that has a mission that you align with and believe in. I wanted to drop that.
Add the social layer to DAOs, and it's going to be another phase there. But I would say from my experience, just about doing marketing, as a DAO, I feel I think with the tools that we have now, the perfect setup for what NARS tries to be would be having like, but with the tools that we had, like now NARS was very, very, very successful, like above the average of like a company on doing like DAO marketing. We need to build more DAO toolings for this other side, which is like we're trying to do now. So NARS can be everything we envision it to be.
So, but I agree with what Willie said about how to get hired by a DAO. I think it also, so for someone without any context, without knowing anyone in that Discord, I think this is a very hard feat like to accomplish. And it also requires a lot of, like what people might call like free work, because you have to essentially like put in a lot of hours, be present, be active in order to get noticed. And like being noticed is not a guaranteed outcome. So I think hiring, I think people who want to work with a DAO or for a DAO or in a DAO should perhaps phrase or frame the activities more like business development, so like appropriate like risk and like risk measures and controls for the engagement, to basically know very well that this is not.
True, very true, very true. Makes so much sense. I see. And talk to us. We want to hear your voice as well.
I'm over here as usual. Did you want to say something before I go on a long tirade about exploitation?
You should do free work, and we just want to hear that in which talk about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it funky, and I'm not gonna like gloss over like what happens in some or I like to call it a quote unquote privileged network of people. And so like you'll do all this work and then thinking that you'll get a job or you'll move up the food chain, and in reality like you just end up being like your labor is exploited. Still a lack of like respect for that scope of work in the DAO ecosystem and just Web3 crypto in general. And so like I just urge people to be cautious about how you maneuver kind of the structure that exists within the DAO to like do so. I end up spending like 6, 7, 8, 9 months doing all this work and like contributing and doing all these things and X my labor in that respect. But there are other DAOs that will actively like you'll be on a whole like task quest to like do all these things. I love what I think that was Vlad when else I was eating. Like, can you put in like a proposal or a prop to like the DAO to do a scope of work that you feel passionate about, so that you can at least get some semblance of like payment or figure out like what your labor, what you can get in terms of like your labor, but also like what you can contribute, because it's a two-way street. And so I'm just like giving people like an active warning. Don't think you're gonna get like rich in DAOs. I think that era has kind of like sailed, in my opinion. But yeah.
And I think I just wanted to quickly, I actually relate to what Natali said earlier, but I would say that if you're looking for like a gig from a DAO, or you contribute into a DAO, just make sure it's a DAO that your interest aligns with, right? That way you don't feel kind of pressurized or disappointment or disappointed if things don't go your way. Is in the real world these things happen. A typical example, I'm not going to mention names, but I know there was a DAO that's been early this year. We started it, and then we had this coming in, you may say, but then we started getting some funding, right? And then promises started flying. They said they were going to pay for creating content every 15 days. 15 days turned into 4 months. Nobody got anything. And then I think somebody raised the question about the funds and what they were promising, and then the next step was they shut the Telegram down, unfollowed everyone from X and all of that stuff. They're still pretty much active today. I'm not going to mention it, but I'm just saying that if you want to contribute to a DAO, it should actually be one that your interest aligns with. So you're not your expectations won't be you won't be so disappointed if maybe financially things don't go your way, but then you would have that joy when you see the DAO grow that actually you can. Of course, things like that don't go unnoticed. I mean, you could just be contributing in your own little sphere. You don't have to do too much. Just do what you can do. And then, of course, you get noticed, and one day someone from those activities within the DAO, especially from the DAO members, should mostly come from maybe a voluntary side of things, right? So not just you get an experience in this thing, because if you're contributing on something, anything you're doing every day, you're actually getting more experience in that thing, right? So you get.
I plus one to everything that Ted and Natalie said. I guess one thing I'd say make everybody rich, but yeah, if you join a DAO early on and you contribute and you add value, I think first of all, like if you are contributing meaningfully to a DAO, then you should be getting rewarded, whether that's like financially or even just with tokens, with ownership in that DAO. If not, the DAO is doing something wrong. And Ted's right for sure that DAOs benefit from having the passionate community members that aren't necessarily expecting compensation. But I think like both of you guys mentioned expectations, and I think that's really what it boils down to, is like make sure that your expectations are aligned. If you do need to get a job that's paying you like weekly, then trying to just go like jump into a DAO isn't going to be easy unless there's just a position available that they're hiring for, like a traditional org. Then basically it's up to you to go in there and to convince the community. Like if you want, like, and that's one thing that's interesting about DAOs. Like with a startup, you can't necessarily just like jump in their Discord and start contributing basically and expect to get rewarded. With DAOs, they're open, so you can go in there, you can start contributing, and that really is like, unfortunately, for better or for worse, you're not just trying to convince one CEO to hire you, you're trying to convince all these different members that are each miniature CEOs to then collectively agree to hire you, right? But if there's a DAO that doesn't have any open positions that you really believe in and you need to get paid, then you very much could go in there and you could make that proposal, which still requires effort up front. But unfortunately, that is kind of just the name of the game, basically. There's no way to just like automatically get hired by a DAO without anybody knowing you, basically, and just start getting paid. And that's the same for going to get a job, basically. You have to put some work in to like convince them to hire you. The difference is just that you're convincing a broader community or potentially a work stream. Can be very similar to startups, just playing it on hard and instead of one CEO with the community.
Well, very well said.
Every decision that will be taken on in DAO is basically voted on, right? So if there is let's say, for instance, a particular issue, just as the Christian is, and both sides are arguing, or basically the most votes, right, gets to decide the next step of the DAO, right? Even if, let's say, the founders and the pioneers of the DAO are also on opposing sides, I would say how those conflicts can be done if a DAO is truly decentralized, because there are DAOs that are not truly decentralized. When there are more votes on a particular side, I think that is the best way of solving a DAO resolution. I think that's simple as that.
Yeah, true. I see. Natalie, Kenya is starting to destroy you. I see Natalie say flying shoe one time. It's a joke directed to the Kenyan president that I thought only Kenyans joke about. But okay, then I see Ibrahim Aziz joined us as well. But before we get back to him, I think Vlad, you could also answer for us the same question. How do you handle governance conflicts when token holders or community members have opposing interests? What's your view on that?
I'm reevaluating my governance strategy. I'm just kidding, but we had a lot of like conflicts on the way, like based on like strategies and mindsets of, you know, I usually try to rely on like numbers and like what was like done in the past, so what you have learned from it. And it's a delicate topic because, you know, like everybody loves their own idea, and they probably can see something the other thing people are not seeing, and that also happens vice versa. So we don't have like a conflict resolution policy on ours anymore. We basically like define that it's like, oh, that's an gnarly server, and like there's like unusual communication tone that goes on here. And I don't think it's the best example of like that's how it represents all the other DAOs. But I've seen in the past like DAO projects in Ethereum events just about like how to solve DAO conflicts, and I'm pretty sure there's like good material on like how to do it. Right now we're just dealing with it. It's can slow down and make like things very tiring if you like don't avoid the DAO conflicts. But sometimes it's inevitable, and we are all still learning from it.
Well said. I know DAO's got a lot of experience dealing with DAO conflicts, and they're kind of inevitable, I think. And I personally, like, I really get frustrated with DAO conflicts because you're trying to make progress. Basically, you have a mission, and then now, like, the community's fighting internally, and it can be super dramatic. People are obviously very passionate, but they don't always agree. And it's good, like, you don't necessarily want everyone to agree all the time. Oftentimes, like, when you have these conflicts, if you can reach a compromise, that compromise will be better than anyone's initial proposal. Like, I think my main advice here is that, like, the ultimate way to resolve these contracts or these conflicts is on chain. So you can spend like all day in Discord having battles, people reading everything, and people obviously won't read everything, so everyone has different amounts of context. But ultimately, like, the way to resolve this is to use governance and to bring it on chain, and that's where the community can actually have a decision that doesn't just result in endless debates. And one thing that we did that I think at Shapeshift that I know a lot of other DAOs have adopted is that conflicting proposal part of our governance process. So we have basically, like, sometimes you'll have a debate and there'll be opposing viewpoints, and you can only take one. You can't do both. You can't, lay off a bunch of people and not lay off a bunch of people, right? Like, you have to do one of those. And so you can look at the Shapeshift DAO governance process for conflicting proposals. And we actually have like a whole section of the governance process where there's basically a way for one proposal to go up that has two different proposals that are like yes or no. And force the community to decide between one of them. And ultimately, that's like the only way to resolve these conflicts is to bring it into governance.
Okay. Very nice, very nice. I see Natalie say as well that communication is key. Meditation is a great tool as its consensus. Clock it, Cal. So true, so true. I see. I was listening to Willie talk, and I was like, "Is that a pickleball right behind you?" Oh, I love that. I want one as well. I should get one for sure.
Heck yeah. I'm a big fan of pickle Rick. You guys might have seen this guy earlier too. He fell over. But this is now Space Tom. I think Natalie and crew thought I was a bot, which is funny, but maybe she's Tom, because Tom very much is a bot, and he's got more followers than I do.
He got more
AI,
followers?
He's got more followers, yeah. I think because he's more handsome. But yeah, Tom is like the CEO of Noun Space. He's our like unofficial ambassador. I think that this is something, if you're starting a DAO or you have a DAO, I think looking at how AI can basically help take care of some of these things that otherwise humans would need to do is really valuable. And also, I think it's great to have like an agent as kind of the CEO or like the face of your DAO. Because otherwise you have to have somebody doing that. And I was that for Shapeshift, and it's not ideal basically. And so that was one of the things we learned from setting up Noun Space was like, okay, we can set up this as the face of the company, basically, and then that's valuable for not having like one central person who's seen as like the face of the DAO, because then you end up centralizing a lot of dependence and reliance on that one person. But you can have an agent that's a community owned, basically, and update over time. So AI is the thing that gives me a lot of hope that we're going to be able to actually make DAOs where it's centralized better than centralized organizations.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lesson that has been coming hard for Builder DAO, not having, or basically for very many DAOs I've seen in Africa, not having an individual be the face of the DAO. So I think that's an amazing idea. I just need to go see how it has more followers, because that sounds insane. And I see Zal is in the room. Hello, Zal. You can say hello to us. Then, well, we did start a while back, but the party was just getting heated up. So welcome. Yeah, you can introduce yourself, tell us a bit about what you do and the DAO. As you answer the question, the biggest challenge that you faced joining or starting a DAO.
Amazing question. Thank you so much. Well, what's up, everybody? My name is Zal. My in-game name is Better Call Zal. I'm here building the DAO, and I think the biggest challenge of DAOs is such an interesting question. The way we went about building our DAO was that our governance token is an illiquid soul-bound token that uses our respect and reputation token. So you can't buy it anywhere, you can't sell it anywhere, you can't send it to anyone else once you get it. You just earn it by participating weekly. Distribute out the governance token is that we meet weekly in groups of 6 and split up into maximum groups of 6 and share what we've done in the last week. Then that group of 6 will reach consensus on who's done the most to further the ecosystem for this last week. And that could be any contributions that you're doing on your own, that could be any collaborations, that could be any innovations or any onboarding that you're doing. And as a part of all of that, we distribute out our DAO respect system now using the new DAO consensus mechanism, which you can check out at or.fraps.xyz. I'll pin it down there. But essentially, after every meeting, put the wallet addresses and what places everyone got so that the distribution can be automatic without me. I think the biggest challenge with getting the DAO started is the challenge of progressive decentralization. How do you go from a group of individuals who have an idea and bring more individuals and let those individuals also still have governance within the ecosystem? That was one of our biggest challenges, and that's why we adopted the fractal ecosystem with the DAO Respect token. Yeah, I don't have too much more there. I think the biggest challenge can always be communication and organization. And those are places that we've seen other DAOs falter. And one of the things that we really wanted to do at the DAO was take, instead of financial capital, and have that as the center point of the vision for a DAO, have social capital at the center of it. So anyone with DAO token can propose an idea for a project, a team, a song, a launch, a piece of art, any of those things, and then we can rock it out. So all of our projects that we've created have all been social capital, people bringing their skills together, not necessarily their financial capital. But yeah, nice to meet you all. I'm very excited for Builder DAO. We just have had, I believe, 4 or 3 respect games weekly. We're doing that on Saturdays, so make sure you guys pop in for those. Anything we're doing in the Builder DAO ecosystem and sharing there. But thank you for letting me chat, saying hi. It's a crazy day over here, so I just popped in just now, but I was able to hear a little bit of Willy Wonka, and it was really a pleasure to hear some of those awesome, insightful thoughts. So shout out to everyone in the building.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Nice to see you, Zal. Sure. You guys should pop in for the Builder DAO community calls. He's been joining us and playing the respect game, and guiding us on it as well. It's been amazing and so fun. That's why I'm so excited to finally see him here. At least now we got to see each other face to face. Then I'll throw a question to Benedict. So someone literally asked, aren't DAOs dead? And that's it. That's the end of the question. But what do you think about that, Benedict?
I mean, starting with a kind of question, like, have DAOs ever been alive, according to public discourse? Like, honestly, like the first DAO, like the DAO, literally, was a failed experiment. So it resulted in a massive hack. So like, I think DAOs were not off to a good start, but also, like organizations of all kind die all the time. Like, we're not going out and say the limited as like a form of organization is dead, or the cooperative is dead, or the foundation is dead. We're not doing that, because like organizations die all the time, and that's, I think, a good part. Like, if organizations were to exist forever, then we wouldn't see any change. So in order for DAOs to be successful, DAOs need to die, and DAOs need to change and need to evolve. And so I think it's a good thing that we look at our work with a grain of salt and with some self-reflection, because only in this way we can get better. Now, for Builder DAO, so Nancy build specifically, we saw like a huge influx of DAOs being created, mainly to farm a potential airdrop later on. And like almost all of them have died. So now we have like a few very active DAOs and communities on our platform. So these are like, you could consider them core stakeholders of the protocol, NARS and SkateHive being 2 of them. And they are changing and they are flourishing, while others might be inactive at times, might be evolving, might change their organizational structure. Like, for example, we had some really good conversations at DevConnect with existing DAOs who wanted to kill their like existing and like current DAO structure to erect a new one. So as long as we're kind of phrasing DAOs are dead in a negative way, I think we are underappreciating the fact that organizations change all the time, and that DAOs are dying is actually a good thing, because that means new DAOs are being created.
Ooh, yes, I love that. That couldn't be better answered. I love that answer completely. So I see so many guys on X. I don't know which one of you who went DAOs are dead. The 70 of you, whichever. I hope you got answered. And yeah, so one more question I see again. How exactly do DAOs get funding? Where do they get money from? I think, well, I'll open this one to the speakers, whoever, it's a bit of a tricky one. Whoever is willing to go ahead and unmute and answer, please feel free.
I'll jump in. I think it's a great question, but I think it's also a hard one to answer, right? Like, how does any organization make money? That is like the core question for any organization. With DAOs, all the same options that are available to a traditional organization are available to you. You can generate value and monetize it somehow. You can get grants, you can get investments. I think the one interesting thing that DAOs have, which is still similar to startups, like instead of equity, you have a token, basically. So you can start like with the treasury, you can create a brand new token out of thin air, and then you can distribute it to your community members, and then you can figure out how does that token actually have value, which again is not an easy question to answer, but it's the same kind of question that a startup has to answer with their equity, basically. So yeah. No one can really answer that question for you except for you, but all of the options are on the table, and you additionally have this governance token that you can create.
Yeah, I mean, I found it a difficult question as well, but I think just like you said, no one can answer that question for you. You just, according to your mission, there are several ways in which you can fund the DAO. But I mean, anyone else who's willing to chime in into the question. Okay, so then I see also someone is asking about a space that was set up on DevCon by Nouns. I think I did hear about that. That's the Nouns dinner, but I don't know. Maybe maybe we could get a catch up on that, because I see heard of the DevCon space set up. What was that like? Didn't manage to attend. What was that like? Yeah, then I see, I'm getting a few comments. I think your mic is slightly choppy, but like a bit, yeah. So, okay. I'm not so sure who exactly went for the noun space. That's why I'm struggling to know who I'm taking this question to. Okay, thank you, Benedict.
So there were like a few things. So Billy was there, Vlad was there, a big portion of the NARS gang was there, and I think there were like a few activations that took place. Like the main thing was the Nouns booth or Nouns fair, I think it was called. So that was like an area within the Deaf Connect venue where the Nouns community, I think it was organized by Nouns Amigos, had like a space to create art, to exchange ideas, to hack on things. And that was like really great. I think on the last day, there was even the Nouns Noggle Rail. So like it was a very creative, interactive space where people could come in, where community members could hang out, but also where like different parts of the larger ecosystem of around Nouns kind of had a touch point. Then there was a Nouns dinner. NARS organized the skate and jazz event. I think that was like a huge success. And NARS and Builder had a hacker house, which took place throughout the week, and where we kind of thought about the future of Builder DAO, so Nouns.build, Nouns space / blank space, and NARS. And I think that was like a really interesting experience, and I think we're up for another iteration next year. But yeah, it was great. I think these in-person events are important to kind of come together and think about things together in one space with the context of seeing where the community and where the industry is at.
I know, I was unmuted the whole time. Okay, nice. So then as well, I see a response to Benedict's question that, okay, then DAOs aren't dead, but definitely in Africa. Maybe we can have Ghost answer on this. Now that he's part of a DAO in Africa, ETET as well. What's your view on that? And okay, I would say there are a few DAOs in Africa that actually use the DAO model. And the difference comes in some of them just use the word DAOs, just like, so many companies these days just say AI, we use AI, and they really don't. So I think it's the same complex here. There are DAOs that actually are, on their journey of trying to implement tokens and everything. And, we might see them succeed in a few months, years, even days, who knows. But then that's the difference. There's so many DAOs in Africa that call themselves DAOs, but don't necessarily know how, or don't have enough information on how to implement DAO strategies. And I don't think it's just Africa, probably globally. But you could join in, Ghost as well. What do you think on that? Same as Adams, please feel free to chime in.
Come again, what was the question?
DAOs in Africa. Well, there was a discussion on DAOs are dead. Then we came to the conclusion that not really. And now the question is, well, it's not a question, it's a statement. The person from X is coming very aggressive, but it's okay, it's bad energy. And now the question is DAOs in Africa. They're not necessarily DAOs in Africa that function as DAOs. So what's your view on that?
If there are DAOs that in Africa that function as DAOs in Africa, is that it?
Well, yes, DAOs in Africa. Maybe you could mention a few DAOs in Africa that you know that actually work and use DAO models, proper DAO models, governance systems, and all that.
Okay, I think DAOs in Africa. I'm not sure, but DAOs I'm aware of that operates in DAO. I think they are majorly not in Africa. DAOs I have participated in are majorly not in Africa. They are majorly outside Africa, but I'm using a DAO in Africa, which is not like it. So I'm not really sure I have like valid answers to that. So I think I just keep on that.
Okay. Then from ETET or Ghost funds for the leaders, having DAOs in Africa. Any
Well, I think, in my opinion, DAOs aren't really dead in Africa. I think there is more of, in my opinion, in my experience in this part of the world, it's more like you need to let people see what you're trying to achieve in a way that they trust what you're doing. Most DAOs that, especially the ones I've come across, I'll give it because they're trying to still living there. You kind of like ideate an idea with a few people about trying to start a DAO. And then what happens is that maybe one or two or three people from that conversation, they go ahead to start it without the rest, and then they just bring in their friends to make up the rest, right? So what happens there is that you now have like like I like to say, more of a cartel of people running things than actually a DAO. And people see these things. So it kind of like, I'm not saying it happens all the time, but sometimes it does happen. At least I've come across one or two occasions like that. So it makes it a bit challenging. But also, in my opinion, I know that there are so many Africans that are willing to give it a try. So many of us are actually putting in the work. Very few are actually not putting in the work, but Africa, I think we're evolving, right? Just like the Africans are people. We are learning. We are looking at what others in other parts of the world are doing, and we are trying to better what we are already doing. So I don't believe that DAOs are dead. I think we just need a bit more. How do I frame this? I think we need like a bit more of more, should I say, people with the know-how to actually get involved. Instead of getting our friends and family involved, we should actually get the right people that know what it takes, that knows some of the things that, some of the decisions that have to be made, because a DAO basically is a group of people, right? And human nature is very difficult to get everybody to agree, right? So it's always very difficult to get everybody to agree. So it's something we can work on. I've seen a few successful DAOs. They are not like the DAO or like really spread out there, but I know a few successful DAOs that are low-key putting in the work. Some builder DAOs focus on developers. Other DAOs focus on medicine, especially these ones. I'm actually seeing a great lot of improvements here, so I don't think DAOs are dead in Africa, in my opinion.
Okay, I love that. I am for the same opinion. It's just now I'd like to hear from the crowd. I see Miss Abby as well. I see. You want to add a thing or two? Please go ahead. Hello. Okay. Just to go ahead, I see more speakers joining us already. So now we have Natalie says, don't be shy, Abby. Don't be shy, girl. Come on. If you want something, you must come. Take it, please. Okay. I see Patty is in the room. Welcome, Patty. And no worries, feel free to sort that out. Then Patty, please say hello to us. Tell us a bit about what you do.
Hi. Hey there. My name is Patty Hausman. I am a DAO participant since 2020.
Sorry, Patty, we can't quite hear you very well.
Is this better?
Yes, much better.
Thank you. My name is Patty Hausman. I am a DAO participant since 2021. I started in both crypto and DAOs via FWB, which was one of the earliest social DAOs. I moved over to Nouns Builder about 2 years ago, and one of the speakers who I popped in on made a really incredible point about people sort of pulling in the same direction and everyone having a voice, but optimizing for sort of consensus rather than individuals. And it's probably one of the most important lessons, I think, in DAOs is trying to sort of manage that tension in governance between everyone having a voice and making sure that you capitalize on consensus and bringing people together. But anyway, that's it. Before DAOs and crypto, I was in the music business for a very, very, very long time. And thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Oh, it's a pleasure having you here as well. Nice to meet you, Patty. And just to add on the previous conversation, before I jump away from that, I see someone mentioned, wow, this is a whole paragraph sent right here. I wasn't going to read it, but whoever did sent it twice. And they're saying, I have worked for a DAO that holds events annually in September, I believe, and they get funds to host the event, but don't get to achieve what they promised the attendees. Oh, okay. It feels like DAOs are just like some corporate organizations, and they lie to people and use the money given from grants that their own, for their own personal pleasure. I think that's what they meant. How are you guys making it different from them? Yes. Oh, I see Metamo is in the room. So I don't think, yeah, please go ahead, Willie. I don't even know how to respond to that.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the heartwarming compliment. Very flattering. So how do we keep DAOs from basically abusing their power? I think to your point, like, abuse happens and corruption happens with any organization. I think DAOs actually have a lot more transparency than traditional organizations. So definitely it happens. Like, I know some of us have definitely seen examples of people who come to a DAO with the explicit mission of like extracting value from it for themselves. And oftentimes those people do get figured out pretty quickly, right? Like if you're a DAO community, it's looking at someone's proposal, trusting them with authority over funding, and they're doing that for a reason. They're expecting something in return. And like pretty quickly, if that person's not delivering it, then they're going to get figured out. And like, let's imagine there's another situation where maybe that person has accrued like a ton of governance power on their own. It's a great recipe to just like destroy the DAO, basically destroy the rest of the community's confidence that they want to actually invest the time and energy into that project if the person you're meeting is just extracting it. So it's actually one of the reasons I think DAOs are not dead. I think that question is really funny to me. Like, I think Benedict kind of alluded to this, like, do DAOs ever really die? Like, compared to a traditional organization, the contracts are there, they're always on chain, and like, as long as there's a community who believes in the mission and wants to keep contributing to it, the DAO can live on. We've seen with nouns, like a lot of the original people who started nouns are no longer actively involved, but new people have come in to carry the project forward. And nouns will last forever. Like we'll see, obviously, if the project runs out of treasury funding and if there's not more treasury value coming in, it's going to be very hard to convince people to actually want to continue contributing to it. But actually, we'll see, like Nouns has such a strong community of people who share values and are connected, not just because they want to personally make money out of it, but because they believe in DAOs, they believe in the experiment, they love the community that they're a part of. So yeah, and like personally, I think that I still believe that DAOs are the future of coordination. I think if you think about organizations coming on chain, there's a lot of benefits from doing that, right? Like, let's say you have a traditional startup with equity, you have to hire lawyers to like register this company and then to create all of your very laborious, expensive process to then like actually wind the company down, distribute whatever the remaining assets are. But with DAOs, you can have all of this on chain, and we're very much like in the early stages of this. We're still in the early stages of bringing everything on chain, right? And so that's why one of the reasons why DAOs are especially hard is that you have a limited pool of people who understand it, and everyone who comes to contribute to the DAO like needs to understand whatever level of complexity is there. I think we're starting to see a lot of examples of DAOs that are able to extract a lot of that complexity, or again, leverage AI in a way where you can have these agents that can execute transactions and actually get even more context than you have in a centralized organization, because you can look at all these members who hold tokens, and now you can look at their Farcaster account that's associated with that address that holds the tokens. You can get more context on these people because all of this stuff is on chain. So I think we're definitely in the early stages, but I don't see any reason why like DAOs can't be the largest, most powerful organizations in the future, because they can leverage the power of the community and the power of Web3, basically, which the traditional organizations just can't.
True. Just like I think it's also the same issue that we should leverage AI to automate such decisions. Abby, I see you have a question. I think you can. Sorry, you can go right ahead and unmute and speak. Then Metamu will come up and say hello to us. Then we'll take a short break and play a trivia game. Then we'll keep going. So I see Benedict say you consider DAOs dead yet you've joined this call. Good question. Very good question. I mean, question back to you. Dearest question, yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Abby. Oh, you put your hand down again. Okay. So okay, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you really for answering my question. It was my question. But if we actually do use AI to determine, like, okay, wait, before I go to that point, my question was sometimes, okay, not sometimes, I've seen firsthand that when a proposal is written and sent to receive the grant, right? If I have a contact person to somewhere like List DAO, I'll get the funds first because maybe I I have a relationship, like an intimate relationship with one of the person who's in that committee, and um, sometimes it's hard hearing from other people that so and so has an intimate relationship with so and that's how they got the money for the event. But on the other side, I write a good proposal. I know I have a very good event. I don't want the money for my own personal pleasures. I just want the money to do intimate or personal relationship, like intimate relationship, and then on the other side, I have a very good event, a better event than what they have. And then the proposal is not approved. And then I have to start again and really think about it. And when I hear what they actually did to get the grant, I'm like, God, why? So, like, how do we avoid such instances? How do we avoid your girlfriend or your partner to get the money and give to people who actually need the money?
Ooh, hot one, hot one. I love it. Clock it, girly. Let's go. Okay, visions of how the DAOs. Hello, hello. Yeah, you can go ahead.
You know, whether you're in Web3 crypto or like the real world, relationships are everything. And I think as much as like we can all like gripe about the current state of like grant funding, and I've worked with Octon like as a on their grant review boards or councils or like whatever. And one of the things I can say is like relationships in Web3 have always been like center, good or bad. And so when you're talking about funding, sometimes it's the people who spend time like cultivating those relationships. And it's the same thing. I also work with some grant funders like outside of like crypto, and it's most of the people who are getting grants from these larger foundations and funders, especially outside of crypto, they've spent years like cultivating these relationships. And so it's a very parasitic kind of model in my opinion. However, like that is the reality of both grant funding here in crypto and the outside world, as I like to call it. And so I think ultimately like um if we're talking about like these events, and like there's a whole like hoopla in Latam like not too long ago about a certain group of people, llama and people funky, um that were getting all this money and they actually weren't generating ROI. And there are some other things going on in crypto in terms of like events and like favoritism. And there's a whole like thread about some events in like India like the other day. And the reality is that like some of these people have built these relationships with these protocols or like funders, and so they're getting all this money, and they're kind of cultivating events based on like their kind of like KPIs or like what they need to grow or like their own personal agendas. And that's the reality of crypto, and it always has been. And so if we're gonna get funding from these different places, um, we have to do the work, but also understand that like there's other things happening behind the scenes that actually don't benefit. Focusing on like my own community and people like that don't benefit like the quote unquote global south, and don't benefit these kind of emergent models happening like across the continent and the diaspora. And that is just some real ass shit. And like anybody who says any different, because there's not, some of these protocols don't have people from these communities or places, so they don't understand how to build events or how to do these things. So they rely on people oftentimes that are not even from these places to actually do these events, and we wonder why they're like mad lackluster or don't are not culturally relevant. And so there's a lot of things happening at the same damn time. But what I will say is like relationships are everything, and like we kind of have to like rip the mask off like this space and understand that not everybody is like here for like a good time or to like build up your community or to like give you funding to like do this thing. And so I'm a big fan of like, can we raise our own capital to like do the actual work to like grow our ecosystem, because some of these protocols and chains are not actually, it's actually very problematic, are not actually here to like facilitate that type of work and those emergent models. And that's, yeah, and I'll fight anybody about that. And so that's what I gotta say. So.
Yeah, I think there's definitely, like, you guys are absolutely right that there's a lot of politics in DAOs, and I feel like a broken record, but I just want to point out that like that's just kind of a reality of life, right? Like whether you're trying to raise funding, or you're trying to get a grant, or you're trying to get hired, or you work at a company and you're trying to get a proposal passed, you have to basically play the politics games. And I think in DAOs, it's even just more so because, again, you're not just trying to convince one person, basically, but you're trying to convince the broader community in aggregate. So, like, absolutely, politics are part of the game, and for better or for worse, you have to play the game if you want to succeed in the DAO world. I do think, like, we've seen with these grant programs, like, they started very much just being like vibes and based on like who you know, and if you can convince the grant approvers to do that. And then we've seen like a lot of these grant programs try to evolve over time and actually attach like quantitative metrics to the grants because they were getting abused, and they just realized that that was a more effective and efficient and fair way to allocate funding. And so, like, I love the comment in there, like, can a DAO have a proof mechanism? This is from Aristotle. Can a DAO have a proof mechanism that influences who gets funding, like the community participation equivalent of proof of work? And like, yeah, that's one of the cool things about DAOs is that you can actually build that type of stuff in. I think that's one of the challenges. Like, I think DAOs are trying to figure out how can we actually more equitably, reward people who actually contribute value. And again, I think one of the big challenges that all DAOs have too is like, how do we give somebody a chance, basically, like without, like we talked about earlier, making it so that that person has to spend a bunch of time providing value for free in order to earn trust from the community. But it's no surprise, basically, that like, if you're going to try and get votes from people, then like it's just like a game of politics. And the more stuff you've done up front, whether it's for that DAO or other experience that you can point to, then the easier it's going to be to like win over the community's trust. But even then, like, it's also one of the frustrating things about DAOs too, is that you are constantly having to like make the case for why the community should entrust you with funding or with responsibility, which can definitely be frustrating. Compared to like once you're hired at a company, as long as you're doing your job, you're probably not going to lose your job as long as the company has funding. With DAOs, like, you have to keep basically playing the politics game for better or for worse. But it's also just like, yeah, again, just kind of the nature of reality for all types of organizations.
Oh, yes, please go ahead. Patty, then we can have Mitamu, since it's a hot discussion before we go for our icebreaker.
Sure. I just wanted to mention crypto. Crypto has a unique set of, I wouldn't call them problems, but a unique set of challenges that you've got to sort of work around when it comes to reputation. So many of the people on this call right now are anonymous. And when you're anonymous, it's, I don't want to say it's harder to trust, but it's harder to know who you're dealing with. It's harder to know their intentions. So while it is super frustrating to have to prove yourself over and over again, once you become a proven builder in the space, I think that is how you end up getting repeatedly funded. So one of the things that I would suggest to people that are new in Web3 looking to get funding is to make sure that you have a sort of concise list of things that you've worked on in the past, even if they're outside of the DAO sphere. Part of why I ended up becoming the operations lead at FWB was because I had a very extensive background in operations in the music business. So that ended up transferring over. That skill set ended up transferring over to running FWB. So with that unique set of circumstances, and again, people, having a bunch of anons in this space, I understand how challenging it is to sort of vet people to make sure that your money is the DAO's money is going to a place where to people that will be able to execute and intend to execute what they're requesting the money for. Anyway, that was it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Matamo. I'm not so sure you can hear us. Is it on mute?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can.
All right, perfect. Good morning, everybody. My name is MetaMove, for those who don't know me. I'm going to do my intro, but I'll do that after we go through these topics. I'll just speak on this topic specifically. This conversation reminds me, so for the last 5 years, I run a business. I'm a racial equity consultant. And this conversation reminds me of when we sit down with a lot of these organizations and they want to change, they want to diversify. We go through their handbook, we go through their organization chart, and we ask why some things are the way they are. And you'd be surprised that even the CEOs or the people in power don't know. Bureaucracy is such a killer to creativity and innovation. And us humans, we create these systems and we can recreate them to be more equitable. So when we sit down with these organizations and we say, why can't this be changed? They go, that's just the way it always has been. And I go, but I'm sitting with the CEO right now. You have the power to change things, right? And he goes, oh. So sometimes people don't know they have the power to change things or change environments or change things. And to the specific point of grants, in the IRL world, where I come from nonprofit land and now LLC land, when you go for a grant, you go to a specific grant house organization. They have criteria. You apply. Sometimes you never meet the people. You never meet them. So this narrative about relationships, I'm not so sure that's true, because there's some places that have clear mission, vision, and values, and here's what we grant, and here's what we fund, here's the criteria, do you meet it or do you not? And the thing that I find in Web3 granting cycles is more ambiguous. It's like the people who came here and put their money into these treasuries maybe didn't do it in the well, I won't pass judgment in that way, but sometimes it doesn't make sense to me why some people would build in public and then have ambiguous of how you get the grant money. And so with DAOs right now, and I only have limited experience with DAOs in Web3 and even more limited experience because this year is the first time I branched out from the Nouniverse. So my only experience has been Nouniverse DAOs. So I have very limited experience. So I'll talk just, personally, locally, and immediate what my experience has been. But there are plenty of grants mechanisms and funding mechanisms that don't require politics and relationships. And I think that actually does a detriment because you could stick around for some DAOs for years. But there's very specific ways in which you build trust, right? And that's like, even if you show up to a DAO, that doesn't necessarily build trust. You have to actually be vocal. You have to be in voice chats. You have to be there all the time. It's such a crazy time commitment. It's unsustainable to me. But I've been doing it for 4 years. So now I'm finally getting to that point where I'm like, oh, this is unsustainable. I cannot continue to sit in voice chats for years and still not have the formula of how to build trust and how to get grant funding. Because like somebody said before, I have great ideas. I work with IRL communities. I work with a lot of youth over my past 10-year career. And a lot of the things that you do in your IRL. So that's my little rant. I think DAOs are not dead. I think I'm now discovering this year a plethora of DAOs that do a great job in making sure that community members are heard and making sure the leaders which that's even a taboo word in Web3 DAOs, leaders, because in decentralization, there's this like scapegoatish attitude where it's like, no, I'm not a leader. This is a DAO. When it's like, no, clearly you're a leader. Yeah, I'm ranting now, so I'm gonna stop.
I mean, I saw Natalie about to unmute there for a minute, but well, I get the whole leaders is a taboo word as well, but I don't know. I'm for the opinion that are people who have to take the initiative to start things and not necessarily take power, but just to start things and bring the energy and get things rolling. I mean, the NFTs don't just launch themselves by themselves. Anyways, so I'll invite Motomoto so that we go for a quick icebreaker. Then once we have that, we can go for a small break. And then we come back and we have a wild, messier session where everyone can just go ahead and unmute and ask any questions that they have. And we go crazy on exactly what DAOs are. Then finally, we have a big announcement for the Bonanza, rather the Christmas Bonanza party on the 12th, 13th. There's a big announcement coming up. Then watch out for your pop-up towards the end of the call. Moto, please come in.
Moto is not there. I don't know why I'm get too much. Anyway, I hope you guys can hear me. Yes, no.
Yes, we can.
You just
No.
really fix this technically so we can hear this voice. Much better, much better. Moto here. Happy to have all of you amazing faces here, really, and everyone we've been meeting in the servers or on the corridors of Discord. And finally, we get to showcase all the DAOs in one place. Such an amazing opportunity. We didn't get a chance at DevCon, but for sure, we will get a chance to meet in the coming year. And that's what this is the beginning of. It's the beginning of an idea that DAOs can behave as countries. There's a book called The Network States that I kind of have been reading amongst doctrines in around DAOs. Most notably, one of them that inspired me even more was so you start a DAO by Grace of Man. And in just to hint a little bit, it was to say that the biggest challenge that DAOs face isn't the tech, it's the people. So just always know that it starts with us, and it, the back end with us as well. So we need to also look at how we can associate better, build better, and like Willie said, not always we agree, but to always find mechanisms that allow us to participate, and to solve challenges, break dead links. So without further ado, thank you for joining. Today is the fifth day of the Bonanza. Please hang around for the rest of the session. We're going to be here for a while. We have a game prepared for you. I think Miss Lulu will take us through it, and we will all go and participate. As we take a little break, you guys can get up, stretch, get your coffee, go to Twitter, repost, reshare, please. Let's get as many people learning about DAOs. The idea for this campaign is to get people to know that DAOs aren't one thing. There are very many different diverse roots that grow from DAOs, from constitution DAO to developer DAO to nouns DAO, little nouns, and a lot more amazing enough nouns builder has built a tool that kind of streamlines the process, and that was funded by nouns. So there's a lot of conversations around this. So please jump in, scan the QR on the screen, and we will be back shortly. Miss Lulu, you can take us through.
Okay, thank you for that, Motomoto. So, guys, quick icebreaker. We're gonna play this game. How much have you learned about DAOs so far? And yeah, so we have a few questions. And what are we gonna do? So for the winner, for the first person, the DAO build a DAO first part is going to have a special something. So from Twitter, wherever you're watching this, please scan the QR code, or you can go to your browser to www.kahoot.it and enter the game pin 5148895. Then we go straight ahead. Meanwhile, Motomoto, please, if you would play us, even play some music first, some background music first. Then go ahead, play the game. Once I start the game, I'll be recording the winners, and then after a 2-minute break, we'll come right back.
Amazing, guys. Thank you for participating. Sorry, took a little bit of a minute there. I wanted to share a recap of yesterday's Bonanza Fiesta. Yeah, I was just pulling it up. Hope you guys are enjoying yourself. Please tag somebody to come into the chat. It's an amazing conversation tonight. We're learning more about DAOs. It's been a year of us going through the processes and learning different models of governance and how to approach it, learning different tools, and we wanted to share that with you as well. So here you go. You can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Sharing.
Just to let you know, right? That's when activities up.
Go party.
And many of my activities, go karting. So. Dope activity.
Yeah, so I'll share a video. I think I'm number one challenger right now. At 38 minutes, 9 laps, 38 minutes to share the stats. I'll keep sharing a bunch of videos during the call. So you guys can also share on the socials, so you guys can also see what we're doing, and also tap in where you see an opportunity. Metamu next year when we have Bonanza, I best believe you're gonna have a challenge. You're gonna be in Nairobi. Bring all of the fans.
Not I hope, I manifest.
That's what we do. That's what we
drop it down. Fund my expenses.
That's the trip. So I'll hand over to Miss Lulu. Thank you for taking us through this session. I'm sure a bunch of guys have a short break. And now we can get back to light technical conversations that will inspire us to start off with DAOs in farming, in anything that you do. You can be able to make it now, or yes, a community. Thank you, Lulu. Back to you.
Natalie just says, guys at 9,000% more awesome in IRL. I mean, thank you greatly, but damn. Are we like boarding on community calls? No, she just say yes. No. Okay, but I'll take it. 9,000% more amazing than idol. I mean, definitely. And I think I've manifested this throughout us planning this event. It's just we have enough time to do that event. But next year, Bonanza 2026 should definitely be physical. And I can't do some of you guys here. I keep picturing DAO Carnival Day, and we get all DAOs get to. And just imagine having Natalie already having you staying here. We'll just find DAOs at this point. You're one of us now. Then we should get Patty, Wonka, Benedict, Metamu. All of you should fly down here. And I feel like I know it's going to be so fun. And maybe get is it a hack? That wouldn't be a hack because I think that's a DAO house. But I mean from the energy I get all this DAO calls. I've been to the pizza DAO, I've been to the nouns DAO, the builder. It honestly exactly we need a DAO party house. But anyways, I feel like that would be amazing. Honestly, just to see DAOs that actually work, come together away from just the virtual part, so that you can get to experience our 9,000% energy. Now that Now that Natalie says you're boring on call. I see. I'll take it. Okay. So guys, welcome back. That was just a short break. Sorry about the game. Our tech team is on it. But there'll be another game tomorrow on the day 6 of the Bonanza. Stay tuned for that. We're having law and legal on the blockchain and strategies on blockchain startups as well. So just to get back at it, I see a few speakers has had to in the room. So we're only going for another 15 minutes. Then after that, for that people to get charged if they have the hour session. And sadly, then our call will have to come to an end. This was so amazing. And I think now right now you can release the poor hunters, Metamwiz and Wizard is literally his arm waiting to shoot it down. But okay. Then after that, Abby can give us an announcement for the guys in Kenya. I didn't tell you where you're going, but it's tempting. I must tell you, it's really tempting. We have some planned a Christmas gift to the guys who are attending Bonanza. And I'll let Abby be on to let the bag. But for now, I think guys, we can throw a few questions away from the ones that I was just I was going through the questions you have from the live. Now from the people in the room, please feel free to unmute and ask anyone anything about any DAO from any DAO. Go as wild as you can. I think I wanna start this with the wildest person I know who is Moto. Please ask the wildest question you know anyone in the room, or question in your head about DAOs. Again and again about DAOs. And Natalie stay long enough in Kenya and didn't even have that in the first place. So Moto, please go ahead. Choose the wildest questions. Any DAO in the room. I saw this question in space, and I didn't get enough time to pick it out on build a DAO and build a DAO. Well, wow. Build a DAO and buy. Let me say it like that. In which case, build a DAO, and the planners of the events, organizers of this Bonanza event. Then there's build a DAO, but Benedict just left. So sad. I wish I asked that before. But maybe Moto you can go ahead and answer that. And how as well, what is building on builder.
Yeah, so we started out, we wanted to, without the tech, we just a group of people working together. So we wanted to be DAOs. We went a whole year, no NFTs, no governance, just people on the talking. We were using the dashboard for proposals and such. But it always around home that having a system that is able to aggregate and to be used by the community for their own initiatives, not just but even public good, and going through the processes, being that we want more people in different communities achieve DAOs, or be more DAOs. So coming across a tool that was already built and had so many features and a team backing it full time, give consultation, feedback and always there to push the needle forward. And ideally I build it out or bad. Always there mantra that we stand on the shoulders of giants, and some of the guys that we have been in the DAO space for almost 20 years. about 6 years, 6 years, even more. And being outreach isn't really about the tech. It's something that we all are very conversant with in terms of socializing and being together, human beings, praise internet conversations and such. So using that as a dowsing road, it's opened up the door for more conversations, more understanding of the DAO and the fractal, the DAO, talking about the fractal, and all the activities.
So sorry, can I catch you off? I think a bit of an issue on X, and please meet the needs on that end.
Oh my God, okay. I got done. Sorry. It's new to me. I usually did one at a time. Now I'm trying to diversify to as many streams as possible. It's this idea that I've been pushing this year, where social media or YouTube, Facebook, Farcaster could be the new model of broadcast and television. We'll get into that with the media if they make it through. But yeah, ideally there's many DAOs doing many things. And as Benedict said, they're part of many of them. So my question would be left field. I've gone into very many calls, and you see me usually. I'm just a quiet guy in the room. This is new to some of you guys. Me speaking. But just to see that in the beginning, there's been ideas like City DAO was funded by now, and a few other organizations in the space were seeded in by other DAOs, and I just say, for lack of a better way to describe it, it was a road. I've been looking at proposals like Announce Village, and when it was executed, it wasn't called Announce Village. So going into the space, we really aim to see that there's accountability. Being one of the key bedrocks of blockchain is accountability. So with that, we started just looking into the space. My question would be like, has anyone in the room come across a solution to the problem of quantifying or return on investment on giving out grants? And this comes off the bed of ideally the DAO wants to be able to fund organizations, give them access to early stage funding. There's a lot of medium scale businesses in Africa that we think can benefit immensely from using DAO technology as a governing model, being that many hands make light work. Many of the young developers, young builders in the ecosystem are finding themselves having to collaborate. And this now lends into contractual and agreements between the members so that they can be able to operate. But the curious thing is to be able to operate. Just a minute, I've lost my thought there. Yeah. So the challenge is the organizations are being funded, and we would like more people to operate on chain, so that transactions can be tracked on chain. But legislation is still far out on that, and mainstream adoption is also far out on that. But as an organization, that's something that we want to really support in the DAO, building more DAO ecosystems, how they can plug back in. So the question is return on investment. A lot of DAOs like public nouns is in the treasury has gone down from where it was. Nouns DAO has been also had better days, and right now we are in a recession. Ideally, what's the the long term approach for this. How do we be able? How would we be able to create DAOs that can actually earn revenue and not just collect membership tickets or sell membership tickets in terms of NFTs. How can we be able to create sustainability? Because blockchain is at its core community, and community at its core operationally is a DAO. Was that audible? How do we make ROI on the investments? Anyone can raise their hand and speak on that. Fatim, I'd love to hear from you as well. Go ahead.
Oh, so I think there's two things to consider. I think one, DAOs focus on the public good. I'm not sure that they're optimized for any sort of ROI. But there is an issue of sustainability. And not every DAO can replicate the nouns model. I think the nouns model is very special. In their success, and I think it's a lot more challenging for nounish DAOs to sort of achieve that same level of fun. However, I think in terms of small wins that can create some sort of ongoing revenue. Like Builder, for example, we're working through a token protocol right now, which potentially, if it's used by our Nounish DAO members, and the sub DAOs themselves utilize the token thing, would not only raise revenue for themselves, but would also bring revenue into our DAO. So there's two things. I think public goods DAOs are really challenged, and a lot of it is grants based. Trying to figure out how to extract or how to optimize for profit or return on investment is a lot more challenging. I do want to mention one other thing, though, and it's something that I've thought about a lot, and I've thought about it quite a lot for the past couple of years. Is in I think Spain, there is a very large co-op, I think called Mondragon, where it's I think about I want to say like 200 different small co-ops in a large organization, and that organization brings in somewhere around I think it's something crazy like 16 billion per year.
difference. The one opportunity that DAOs have that is similar to startups. It's basically got like token. You can create that's like an NFT, like the nouns model, or an ERC20 token that basically on chain gives have a team with like illiquid or even non-transferable tokens. Basically, like what Give It DAO did initially was we basically distributed pro rata tokens that weren't liquid or transferable, but to the people that were contributing. So like every quarter, we basically just distributed a small amount of our pre-governance token to people who are contributing. somewhat decent idea, there was a good chance you could get your idea funded. And then what happened after in 2021, in like November, we had like the FTX crash and basically very quickly, and then all these different fund upside down and kind of liquidations. And Shapeshift's example, we like $300 million, $6 million, and that was crazy, dramatic, painful. You had to watch the community real time, $650K a month. We actually just had a profitable month in February, but now every month our revenues are going down. And basically, like appetite for funding stuff very quickly shrunk, and then also things that community were already funding, more extreme stuff, all of a sudden had a much higher standard than they had to be held to, and they had to basically there was kind of consensus in the community that you have to reduce your work budget significantly, or the community is going to do it for you. It's very similar thing happened with Nouns, where at one point the treasury was $50 million plus, and then now it's like $15 million a few years later, and so similarly the appetite for funding things is much lower now. And I think a lot of DAOs have basically realized that and they had to do it very quickly, where we're in a bull market, the future looked incredibly bright, and then things changed dramatically over just a period of months. And now we see just a much bigger push for DAOs to be sustainable, for proposals to have some clear path of basically returning value. And so a lot fewer crazy things are getting funded by DAOs. I guess one classic example is Constitution DAO. I thought that was really interesting to see, like, a cool use case for DAOs, where here's an opportunity where people all around the world can share this mission of buying the Constitution because they love the Constitution, and can basically pool together a bunch of funds and actually make a bid without putting all that trust in a single person. So that's probably one of the most iconic classic examples of a crazy DAO expenditure.
Well, true. I found the Whiskey Nouns project to be the craziest, to be honest, but it's still such an amazing project. I don't know, anyone who has any more questions, just feel free to throw the questions out, throw them in the chat as well. We'll read them out. But meanwhile, okay, no. Oh, okay. So meanwhile, dearest Metamu and all the POAP hunters, there goes your link. There goes your POAP, guys. Make sure you collect your POAP. For the guys on X, I'm not so sure how we'd get this to you guys, but I think maybe we could try and check it out on our Discord. We could have the link under the Bonanza announcements. But yeah, then finally for the big announcement as well. Oh, we could share code. Yeah, I think I saw Bratipa in the room. Bratipa, please help me out on that. Or part of the tech team. Thank you very much. Then Miss Abby, we're waiting for our big announcement before we sadly come to the end of our session. Sadly, the DAO Carnival is coming to an end, but like I said, I can't wait to have you guys here next year. Hopefully, Bad is going to be able to pull that. Then, and I hope to see all the DAOs we've seen here today in the organizing as well, hopefully. I manifest it. Anyway, Miss Abby, where are you? Can you hear me? Are you on mute?
Kindly, Miss Lulu, kindly give me 1 minute.
Okay, no worries. Meanwhile, Natalie, you are actually a bully. I think I've come to the conclusion that you are a bully. 1 minute is up. Abby said 1 minute is up. Abby Natalie said 1 minute is up. You are destroyed. Kenya did something to you. Ay. But well, meanwhile, guys, get your pull-ups. I need to get mine as well. Where did I leave the link? Yeah, so we have the link and code on Discord Bonanza as well. Then we're going to be sharing our Discord link on X. Guys, if you're on X, please look out for our most recent post. For those on YouTube as well, check out the comments. And yeah. Oh no. Sorry, I see Basie says the server is still down on his end. Can anyone else please confirm? I haven't tried it yet. I see Bratipa in the room. I see the tech team in the room as well. Yes, they're looking up. They're looking into that. Sorry about that.
Are you an adrenaline junkie? If not, I beg, go be one for a minute because this one is crazy. As we wrap up the Bonanza, are you all ready? As we wrap up the Bonanza, on the 13th of December 2025, which is next weekend, we are doing the ultimate road trip gala Nanyuki edition. We're going off-road, full vibes, zero chill. We're taking over Swara Ranch like one big DAO family. So here's the checklist. Are you all ready? So here's the checklist. 2.2 kilometers off-road karting. Metamio, can you hear what I'm saying? 2.2 kilometers off-road karting. Yes, real off-road chaos. Real off-road chaos. Until I can see your hand up. Can I continue? Okay. Second, there will be a bonfire. Third, barbecue, games, vibes on vibes on vibes on vibes, road trip madness and memories double check using Anganya. If you don't know what Anganya is, you're missing out, man. And listen, all this is for $38 only. That is 5,000 Kenyan shillings, which is inclusive of transport, accommodation, activities, vibes, happiness. Oh my days. Slots are limited. I repeat, they are limited. First come, first serve. When it's full now. It's full. No negotiations. Don't be the one watching TikToks of us having fun while you're at home crying in the comments. Metamule, this is for you. Willie, this is for you. Don't cry. Party, this is for you. Swati. I mean, don't cry, guys. Bring your squad. This one is admissible.
I know I'm always crying, so this time I'm gonna get on it.
Lol. No, I'm serious though. 2.2 kilometers off-road karting. Y'all wanna miss this? And a road trip with the DAO family? Come on. And the price is too good, bruh. Y'all, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat for the WhatsApp group and the Discord. Y'all can join and we'll share all the details. And please don't miss this one. It's gonna be a banger. It's gonna be fun. The vibes, oble this December. Ooh, yes, thank you. Back to you, Buto.
Did you say okay back to you? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, guys, me, I'm ready to go off road. This one is an off road track. I've been skidding on the track, so Neil knows me. Me, I'm about to go. I'm an adrenaline junkie. It seems. I just found, guys. I just found out. So, me, I wanted to also shamelessly ask people to share their links to their Discord servers and tell us a little bit about what the unique selling points for your DAO is. If everyone is still in the room, we can ideally have them join some of these DAOs. Some of these the guys here, like Little Lounge, is currently running a fund run. I think $1 million for a good idea. I mean, they have $1 million pot to give to good ideas. So please, if you have any opportunities or anything that happens during the year, I can start with Pizza DAO. Pizza DAO is, snacks is unavailable and on Screamy had to travel. So Pizza DAO is hosting the Global Pizza Party 2026 next year. I think 420 cities. So if you're interested in participating in that, should join the Pizza DAO community, get to feed people pizza and be pizza lovers. One of the organizations we're working with, Pizza Base, as part of the community, we're working on a franchise model and grant model to give the chefs, loans, access to their own kitchens. So please join Pizza DAO, get to learn what they do there. Sadly, the team wasn't available today. Fridays are usually hazard. So yeah, but Meramu, you can help me out here. You can talk about Pizza DAO a little bit more. I'm not as good as you guys yet. Still learning.
That's cool. Yeah, I'll jump in, and then after me, I want to cue somebody up. If anybody from Builder DAO would like to talk, I shout out Builder DAO because I think a lot of us wouldn't be able to gather or be here, or I wouldn't be here. I'll talk personal open to media. I wouldn't be here without Builder DAO connecting me to all these other sub DAOs. So Pizza DAO is one of the best DAOs. Willie, bang, 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 winner. Look behind curtain number 3. That one's for you, Willie. But why? I think a couple different things. They were able to take a little crybaby like me and make my voice be heard too. And it's not just that I've gotten funded from them, I've gotten empowered to now step up in the community. And there's been multiple ways that I can contribute to the DAO other than just. And so I think that's really special. I think Pizza DAO having that singular focus, I think really helps. It's a singular focus. It's guys who like pizza and want to get pizza out into the world. So I think when you have like a really strong mission, it's easy for people to kind of see themselves in like different pieces of that and different parts of that. And just for me, I've been really outspoken. I mean, I am not, it's not lost on me how I might be perceived in Web3, and that's fine. I've always kind of been outspoken. I mean, if I wasn't, I wouldn't be a very good racial equity consultant if I didn't see anything. But I do try to, celebrate the positive as well. I mean? And I'm a very positive community member. I feel like in my community, I do for the past 10 years, I've done social work. And so I decided that it's time for me to get back to myself, and that would be art. And that was photography and poetry. And I figured that Web3 at that time filled a gap in my life. I had a very tragic loss. And so Web3 came along just in time. So as sour as I am in Web3, it saved my life to be able to connect with people worldwide, to be able to be in a place where everybody is doing something. I mean, you could look around in your friend groups and sometimes it can feel, well, depending on your friend groups, I have many different friend groups, but my high school homies, you can look around and sometimes it might feel like y'all are stuck or people aren't really trying to do anything in life. And then you come to Web3 and everybody is doing something. And so that's amazing. That's dope. And they're just incredible people here. You meet incredible people who are willing to really take the time, and shout out to Patty, shout out to Professor Prof Werder. I just got a lot of respect. She took me under her wing and she taught me how to navigate. I think it takes that piece of education.
Move your fat finger. We can't hear you.
Oh, my bad. I think it takes that, that compassion and that time and that ability to be able to, educate people and bring them in and take a chance on people who might be different or might sound different or might not, exactly vibe the way you vibe, but that they have good intentions maybe, because of the track record. And, I think that's another way that we should start building and trust the Web3 is like what people do IRL matters, who they are, what type of person they are, who they attract, the people around them, the community that they build, and certain things like that. Anyway, so I'm gonna rant, my bad. Pizza DAO, a group of guys who like pizza, they fun, they have these parties every year. You get one vote, so you get a token and one vote that's very unique in Web3. Sometimes it's about stacking as many tokens as possible. One vote has its, it has its downfalls as well. Straight up and down votes it's tough sometimes, you know what I mean? So it's not perfect, but I think the leaders really set the tone. Snacks and Scrimmy, I met Scrimmy here. He came to Portland for the Stand with Crypto event. Dope guy, bro. Dope guy, you know what I mean? Came to put his boots on the ground and connect with this guy from Discord, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think the leaders really set the tone of like how people feel invited, how people feel included. When Scrimmy got sick and had to step away, people in the community felt comfortable stepping up. They have systems in place for people to be successful. They have scripts. If you want to step up and be a leader, you have the formula, you have the sauce. You don't have to guess. I think that's one great thing. So it's not a lot of guesswork. It's not a lot of mystery. It's just plain and simple. That doesn't work for all DAOs, I understand. But I'm just saying that's why I like Pizza DAO. I'm done.
Manamu, I think we just wanted to thank you for always showing up. Like you're always such a great force within the DAO, and Builder wouldn't exist without great community members. So appreciate the kind words, but you should take a mirror to yourself, because we would not exist as an entity without people like you showing up every day. So I just wanted to say thank you so much.
I mean, I would raise the line, I second that 100%. All of you guys have shoulders of giants. I mean, um, now we can go to builder, nouns builder. I mean, where did it come from? How did it come about? I mean, you had about a bunch of ETH in it. What's the plan? How can we support and get more DAOs on chain or more communities on chain? Let's say.
Was that a question for me?
Yes, Miss Pat.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were asking how could the community better support Builder, and how we could get more DAOs on chain on base.
Yeah, yeah. So first it was how did Builder come about?
Ah.
What was the idea? And then from there you had a bunch of ETH in the account. I think you still have some. What's the plan? How can we tap in and support?
So Builder came about because Jacob Horn from Zora was a longtime Nouns holder and DAO member, and decided to push forth with Nouns to create this protocol that created Nounish DAOs. The intent was for the DAO to always stand up on its own. We did receive quite a lot of funding from Nouns, but we also fell victim to I think earlier in the call, people had talked about potential community Web3 community people that either couldn't execute on their plans or never intended to execute on their plans. And very early in the process, about half of the treasury vanished that way. We better manage the process going forward, but it still took a significant hit. The best way to support Builder is I think we would love for anyone that's even interested in Builder to come join our Discord, come engage in our community call, which is every other Tuesday at 2 p.m. Eastern. And then if you're interested in building a DAO, please pop in. We would be happy to help. Prof, again, Metamu mentioned Prof, Professor Order. Prof is unbelievable. Satori is unbelievable. Swarthy, who's on our ops working group, is unbelievable. And Ben and Dan, who run the tech pod, are unbelievable. We have a really, really great team in place. And we would love for anyone to come by and participate, because we are better as a DAO due to our members. Anyway, so that's I think that's probably the best way. The other best way is, I think early next year we're going to be launching a new sort of token protocol for nounish DAOs. If you're interested in sort of launching a token for your DAO, that would be another way to support us, but it would also help support your own DAO as well. So I think that's it, and I just wanted to say thanks to everybody. There's so many people here who've participated in Builder, and we couldn't feel more lucky and happy to have had you guys. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Patty. I mean, the tool is amazing, and I mean, um, we wouldn't be good hosts if we didn't say thank you, Swati. He came through in a in a moment of clutch, and he's always been there to talk us through the different models and take us through how to do it better. So we're waiting for you, Patty, and we have the dev team to support as well. Miss Graphica and a few other guys who are ready to jump in where need be. We want to be the, how do you say, the Putin child, we're the firstborn. So don't worry, we're with you, girl.
Thank you so
And we're
much.
always in this,
Thank you.
always, and always in the server we've met with Ben and a few other guys there. We kick it there and just listen sometimes to get inspiration. You guys are our muse sometimes. Yeah. So, Swati, I hope you found some space. You have to say something in this call as well, so that we know why you do what you do, why you have those sleepless nights and still go to shoot in the morning. Are you there, Swati?
Yeah, I found a space, but the connection here isn't great. So let me know if you guys can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Yeah, my name is Timothy. I go by Swarthy. Um, I'm a DAO Ops member at Nouns Builder, and I also volunteer with a large number of DAOs, mostly in their early stage. I've worked with the regenerative finance projects as early as 2018, and more recently have been working to help Aziz, as also been working, and Miss Lulu on the Build a DAO launch, as well as working with Eden Fractal on iterating on the fractal governance framework and hybridizing that with nounish governance. I really regret not being able to make it to the first half of this, but I'm happy to see you all here. We had some onset emergencies that I couldn't get away from. But I am passionate and spend so much of my time working on DAOs because I really see it as like the next iteration in social contract theory. I think that people should be able to should be able to vote on how systems and services look, but with their presence and absence or through their participation in those systems, and that they should have ownership over the infrastructure that shapes their world. So I think that DAOs offer us the beginning building blocks of being able to provide that, or at least experiment with the provision of those new social contracts.
That was amazing. I mean, Swati has been, there in the clutch, as I've said before. And the idea, when we started, we like to work late hours and just keep going. So to find Swati that shared the same energy and momentum, and we find ourselves working sometimes and talking and just sharing ideas till morning, then jumping in between Discord servers to go and meet with the other communities. And yeah, and it's an amazing. I wish we could have more of the DAOs. Arendal and a few of the other nouns on based on nouns. There's a lot of other now. Uh, DAOs that are growing and being built on nouns builder. Namely, I think generic will be around tomorrow. I believe she has an exam today. So yeah, just shout out African nouns and what you guys are doing there. That's also built on the nouns ecosystem of nouns builder. So amazing, amazing. Really, I don't know how to avoid this, but I mean, nouns has been taken over, and this is a story that I keep hearing in every conversation that I go and I mention nouns, and the first thing that comes out is it's been taken over. So what are we doing? What are we gonna do? Nouns is like the patron saint of DAOs. I was going to use that, and it's what is, I mean, a young DAO coming up in the ecosystem, looking at African problems and solutions, and how to challenge both creativity and tech at the same time. Because we started out. Africa is still young, and the younger generation is 50+% of the population. So I mean, diversity, creativity. Like I can talk about Miss Lulu. She's a creative. She's a dev. She's an AI specialist. Like one person in that Gen Z space can be able to champion, 3 or 4 jobs that we handle at this table. Mr. Allen, by chance, can do any automation under the sun. And I mean, there's many, many people in the room that are pulling great ideas. So again, going back to the point that I mean, it touches me and aches me to the core. The bought out the NFTs. Could you tell us a little bit more? I'm not really clear about it. I have bits and pieces of the story. Willy, Mr. Willy Wonka.
Okay, you want to hear about how Nouns has been taken over? Yeah. So it's true. It started about a year ago. As you guys know, with Nouns, anyone who wins the auction gets a vote, and so whoever the highest bidder whoever's willing to pay the most will get a vote. One new vote is created every day. Nouns has kind of had, like, even before the most recent takeover, there's been some instances where, because of how this mechanic is designed and coded into the smart contracts, people were able to basically buy nouns for less than the proportional value of the treasury. So let's say there's like 1,000 ETH and there's 50 nouns. Okay, each noun basically controls like proportionally 20 ETH in the treasury. Well, what if you can buy nouns for 10 ETH, because that's the highest anyone's willing to pay, and then you can pass proposals to basically do whatever you want. And so that's what led to like the forks in the past, where a lot of the treasury was basically forked away in exchange for nouns that had been purchased for like less than what the deterministic or proportional value of those nouns was. So you can look back, all that was like in public and on chain, and it was a very controversial, dramatic period in Nouns history. But what ended up happening was like, the people who wanted to exit for 25 or whatever ETH were able to, and the people that stuck around, some who had paid more than that for their nouns, some who had paid less, basically were now the remaining voters who controlled the remaining treasury. Then about a year ago, basically some addresses started accumulating or started winning like pretty much every auction. It wasn't immediately clear what was going on because these addresses didn't have any ENS names, so you didn't really know who controlled them, and they weren't being active. They were just like buying these nouns from auction, and some of these addresses were different addresses, and no one really knew who they were. And then eventually, after these addresses had like collectively accumulated a significant amount of nouns, these, let's call them whales, basically like introduced themselves to the community and basically let us know that there were one or a few people that are behind accumulating all these different nouns. So a lot of the nouns that have been bought by different addresses all got consolidated in a single address. And basically, like, by the time it was clear, these whales had already accumulated a very significant amount of voting power. Right now, there's like, I think 445 different addresses that control all the nouns that are in circulation. I think there's around 700 or so nouns that are in circulation, and the rest are held by the treasury after these forks. And not everyone participates in governance right now, right? So if you have let's say 200 nouns, you can basically pass like any proposal that you wanted to. And so the community didn't, didn't really realize what was going on. And by the time it realized, it didn't coordinate fast enough. And now it's kind of like, to some degree, too late. But it's also like, these whales, they played by the rules, right? They were the highest bidder. They accumulated the voting power fair and square. And if they wanted to, what's interesting, like, is if these whales really wanted to, they could pass a proposal to like take the whole remaining treasury and do whatever they want with it. And it's interesting that they haven't done so yet. We can only like try to speculate on what their intentions are and ask them directly, and then take their responses and decide whether or not, how much we believe them. But I do think it's really interesting that these whales haven't just taken the treasury for themselves. They've actually done some good things. So they've been really pushing nouns to be sustainable and to spend less, to approve less funding via proposals than we're bringing in revenue. Most of that revenue comes from auctions, but they've been pushing for other ways to generate revenue, other ways to basically, like one of the really cool things they have that's coming soon is a partnership with Octant, where basically like nouns will put 1,000 ETH into a pool. Octant, Mantle, and Bybit will each put 1,000 ETH, and hopefully other communities will also deposit ETH, and the nouns will get to like allocate all of the yield from that. So that's like a pretty cool thing that these whales have done. That is, I think is one of the coolest things that nouns has done in a while, basically, and like gives us more hope that we will be able to fund ideas for forever. But I think to your point, it's like, it's really strange right now that nouns, which used to be very much like the gold standard of DAOs, in my opinion, like a really diverse, active, distributed community getting shit done, now is basically controlled by like a handful of these whales. Like if you want to get a proposal passed and you have the whale support, then you're pretty much set. If the whales are against it, then it's going to be incredibly hard. You would need basically, like what you really need if the whales don't support your proposal is you need pretty much the entire community that's active to support it, definitely the vast majority, and you kind of just need the whales to abstain. So things are getting passed at nouns. I think it's harder than ever to pass a proposal. These whales, although they could just like take the whole treasury for themselves, aren't doing that. They're still allowing some things to pass, but at the end of the day, like, you do need their support. What these whales have said they're doing, and what I hope is true, is that they're working on ways to basically like delegate the voting power that they've accumulated to community members who have earned it, and who have a trusted reputation within the community, so that we can still be actually decentralized, and not just on chain, but with the voting power. We'll see. I think it does seem like that is what they want to do. They really want to basically, I think, grow the book value of all these nouns that they've accumulated. I think that could be a better thing to do than just to take the treasury. But yeah, it's strange, and it's not even clear to me yet if all these whales are really different people, because we've only really actually like talked to one of them and heard their voice, and we actually met this one whale in Singapore. So we know there's at least one real one. There's actually like some rumors or speculation in the community that these other whales might actually all just be the same person, and we haven't seen I haven't seen any evidence to disprove that yet. So pretty wild, and I think just a great example of like with any DAO, basically like when you have this governance on chain, then whoever accumulates the governance power basically controls it. And to Patty's point earlier, like some of these people are anonymous and stuff, and to get a noun, you don't have to KYC or anything like that. Although you do now have to KYC to get a prop, because nouns is also a DUNA, which maybe is another topic and another way that the DAOs in some ways been taken over and isn't quite as decentralized as it used to be.
Lily, I have a question for you. Doesn't the DUNA protect, like, even if they tried to pass a prop draining the treasury, doesn't the veto power with the DUNA prevent that from actually happening?
It's a great question, and my understanding from talking to the DUNA admins is that no, it doesn't. Basically, as long as the proposers are willing to KYC and they're not basically doing anything illegal with the funds, which could basically, there's very easy ways for them to get around that. Then what the bylaws of the DUNA say is that the admins basically can only veto stuff if it's non-compliant, and there's nothing non-compliant about basically saying, hey, transfer the whole treasury over to us for this reason, as long as you're willing to KYC.
So I think, well, now it's going to be challenging, but so there's two things, and I'm not sure this is the place for the conversation, but one, so UNA administrators are different than DUNA administrators because they have a freer hand in things, which is why the DUNA exists. We're an UNA nouns builder, and FWB also moved towards I think it's an UNA now, but I think they're converting to a DUNA. So an UNA administrator would have a freer hand to go ahead and veto that. But I think maybe then there's an issue, and I'm not sure you're going to be able to do it now, but there's an issue in, well, actually, you know what? This would maybe tell you guys what you need to know is perhaps you could go through go back to the bylaws, revise them, and make sure that a mandate is in there for to protect sort of the future of the entity, right? Like, so anything that could negatively impact the potential future of nouns perhaps could be worked through. I think we've got some kind of language in our UNA. We don't have bylaws. We have something else. I'm not sure that bylaws is the right thing for the DUNA, but that's a different conversation. But we have some language in there that sort of protects our basically protects the future of the UNA and nouns builder.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was just kind of curious.
It's a great question. What I'm going to do after this is, like, I haven't read the entire bylaws myself, but I could totally ask AI to read them and see if there is any language in there to that effect. I think, from my understanding, the bylaws are basically established by the community. So in order to update the bylaws, like, the admins don't have the authority to just do that on their own. It would have to be a community decision.
Yeah.
And those whales now
that would
basically
tell you right there, right? But that would tell you right there. If the whales moved against it, you would kind of know what the end game was.
It would be at least nice to know. So, yeah, it's a great suggestion. I think a great proposal to basically kind of force the whale's hand.
All right. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there because this has been really fascinating to me, and I'm an UNA administrator rather than a DUNA administrator. So I understand the differences, but they're actually called something else for the DUNA. I don't understand what your lawyers called the bylaws because it's actually a different thing for the DUNA, but I'm sure it's legal and applies anyway. But there's language to add in there. Anyway, all right, that's it. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. And yeah, I know we spent a lot of time on this, so we can move on to other topics. It's definitely very interesting. And I do want to say, like, nouns, yeah, it's good to be transparent about this. I think the community is just in this very weird transitionary state. We definitely lost some community members as a result of this, that once the whales came in and, like, basically captured the DAO, some people were very turned off by that, I think. And then there's still people who, are somewhat turned off about that, but then are still involved. And so the community is still active. Again, the whales, like, we are still passing some things. It's just harder than ever. And if you are going to make a proposal to nouns, then the best advice I can give you is to basically, like, talk to Dusk, who's probably the most active kind of ambassador of these whales, and get his support on your prop. Because if you have that, you're set. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult. And that should be more transparent. That's like not immediately clear to a lot of new people who come in to make proposals, but for better or for worse, for now, that is kind of the name of the game. It's not possible to get stuff passed, but certainly, like, the things that have the highest likelihood of getting passed right now are things that either will return value to the treasury or have a path or a plan to do so, or can give the treasury some upside if your project is successful. Or the whales do seem to like things that are like partnerships with very well-known other DAOs, or things that like doing events with the Ethereum Foundation, where we have like a bunch of cool, well-known projects participating. Even if that doesn't provide a return, those are the types of things that we've seen these whales still interested in funding.
Because they've also been in other DAOs. Speaking of Jane, she was just in here. I don't care. They've also been doing other things in other DAOs, and they've been very clear about their intentions. And they've, Jane, I don't know if that's the Jane, but Jane had posted on, I'm saying the forum because my skin lead here in Nairobi. kind of what she wanted to see in the DAO. Like that wasn't like a suggestion, that was like actually like a directive. And so like I just find it like very problematic, but I stick around because I love little nouns. I love the noun community just in general, but I think people need to be hyper aware that they've been very clear about their intentions and like how they're moving. And so for bad or worse, I just think people need to, not Willie in particular, this obviously the homie, but just people in the community need to stop drinking the Kool-Aid and like listen to like what they've said with their own mouths, and not obviously like on chain, because they've been very fucking clear about that for quite some time. I find it very problematic, and I haven't like I haven't been, I'm not going to gloss over that. And I'm also not going to pour like sugar on the tank, as we say in Cali. And so we can be like very clear and like honest with each other about what's happening across like the DAO ecosystem, and also like Web3 in terms of like the capture happening by groups like this and like others. And so, yeah, they have passed things, but like at what expense? And like we have lost some really good people. And so I remain skeptical, and I also remain like on guard, as you know, there's just a few Mohicans left in kind of the DAO Web3 ecosystem that come from like many years ago. And so it's been interesting journey to say the least. So yeah.
Well said. Yeah. I like that we can talk about this stuff though. Like I posted a topic that, yeah, I just like basically the community didn't seem like we were really talking about or addressing this once it was clear what was happening. And so I was like, well, you know, to at least like put this all out in the open, and the whales can participate if they want to in these discussions. But yeah, I think it's important to at least like talk about this stuff as it's happening.
So one more thought for you. Are you guys pursuing nonprofit status? Because if you are, nonprofit status would prevent founders from cashing out in that way. Just throwing that out there. I'm gonna step back.
I don't feel like we've had any like serious like, this is my perspective, like any real serious conversations. Like I've heard it brought up numerous times, but I think there's a contingency of like people who are like comfortable with like the Duna status. I personally am like, that's up in the air at this point. Yeah, so I hope that people find like some other models, because nonprofits are also like very extractive and problematic in their own ways. And so I don't think any of these governance models or corporate models or anything like that even fits like what, I say this like lightly, like what we've all been collectively hopefully trying to build in this space. So it's kind of like that's maybe like the low-hanging fruit at the moment, but I don't think it's like we can't like sit here and say like turning into like a nonprofit doesn't present its own like issues, especially if these people like engaged in like governance capture and people not really, I mean, we've had serious conversations about it. I'm literally I'm being honest. Like, and so I just, yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I think the Duna and the Una models are challenging. I mean, it's the bigger you are, the less challenging it is. But like for a DAO of our size, it's very challenging to sort of tackle all of the compliance things, right? I'm not sure these are the right structures, but I understand why these structures are in place.
I agree.
Yeah.
There definitely were conversations, especially around like really before the Duna was passed, around like, oh, you know, once we become a Duna, we could also potentially pursue nonprofit status. Maybe we could even give like tax deductions on donations to the treasury. And unfortunately, like, yeah, I think the consensus now, there were some members that have a lot of experience with nonprofits that looked into it and just like they couldn't figure out like a clear, clean path that didn't create more problems than it solved. And right now, like, yeah, I think the consensus is just that was like a nice dream before the Duna, but now like it just isn't practical. And yeah, the Duna, I think in hindsight, I think a lot of the community members really regret the Duna decision. Like Nouns before was operating pretty well just as a DAO. There was a foundation, but you didn't even like, there was I think a path where potentially the DAO could have kept operating without the foundation. The big fear there was around liability, that basically if you don't have any kind of legal entity, then all of the members could be held equally liable if the DAO ever did something wrong and there was, a lawsuit against it. And so that was like the big push for why the, Nouns should transition to a DUNA. Really, it was a lot of the original Nounders that were like pushing for the DUNA very hard. There was a lot of hope and promises that, after we become a DUNA, we'll be able to work with big brands like Nike and stuff that otherwise wouldn't work with the DAO without any legal entity. And I think, unfortunately, none of that stuff really panned out. And ultimately what we got from the DUNA was a lot of expenses. It cost probably $1 million, plus there's ongoing expenses to operate the DUNA. Now we have to account and pay tax to KYC. So far, it hasn't really given the community a lot of benefits, but it has definitely created a lot of friction and expenses, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, the biggest benefit is the legal protection for the members, for sure. Because there was a ruling here in the United States. Now I can't recall who it was, but just before you guys sort of pushed that forward, there was a DAO that just kept insisting they didn't have to be wrapped. So I think a California court was like, okay, then you're a general partnership. And the general partnership structure is every single member is personally liable. So for example, if you had an event and someone was harmed at that event for whatever reason, and you got sued and were held responsible, each member personally would be held liable for whatever that settlement is. So, but there has to be a better way, right? There has to be a better way than this, because this is just, it's a lot of nonsense. Anyway, I apologize for monopolizing the time. I really, besides Prof, I don't really get to talk to many Nouns people, so I wanted to ask a bunch of questions.
Absolutely, don't apologize. I mean, we're bad. I mean, in the name, it stands for what it is. We're done with acting like. I mean, these things don't happen. We're done with dancing around the truth. I mean, in the layer that we are in, it's trust, accountability, and transparency. So, I mean, we've been in multiple calls around the servers, and I mean, it's one of those that for us, we're young coming into this space, and it's like, but in a young lens, or from looking at it from a youthful lens, it's why aren't we talking about it? I mean, it could be considered naive at some point, but that's what we when we were conceiving the 12 Nights of Christmas, we did it last year in a different format where it was more developer based, and this year it's been a lot of transcendence in terms of getting to know that there's some DAOs that commit to doing the work. And I mean, we self-fund most of the things that we do from other gigs that we do, from development and community building. So this is the space. It's the carnival for a reason. It's for you and I and everyone who needs to discuss really relevant matters in a safe space where there's no one, like, we're younger than you. Like, we can't be the bosses of the space. All we can do is host and invite. And conversations can happen here because it's not Builder, it's not Nouns, it's not Little Nouns, it's not any other server. That's why we're not on Discord. Everyone knows how to use that one best, but this is a safe space for that reason, for the questions, because we can only learn from each other's experiences, and the value is the conversation. Like I'm just considering the factors, and just from the conversations you guys are having, it's what does a new DAO or a new model of a DAO, after all of the technology, the building, all of the advantages in growth for the space, and now with base and transactions being a fraction of the cost, and people being able to transition, we're looking at how can we now adopt a more mainstream approach to the blockchain with businesses. Namely, we have like 8 businesses currently that we're working with. I mean, I don't want, you can go check the Discord server. Please, somebody in the tech team, drop a link. It's right there in the racetracks. Yeah, we're working with them to see how they can adopt some DAO technology. Um, and I've been in this space, like I told you, like this has been passion for me since I started learning about DAOs. So going through the DAOs, I think Natalie would be the best person to respond to this. I came across Little Nouns. I think you introduced me, I think. And through Little Nouns, there was this flows, and there's so many things happening at Little Nouns. And I mean, now flows is over. I mean, funding cut off, and now there's a new model. Like, what did we? Was there anything we could learn from that experience in terms of um that model and from and I will not name names, but from listening, because and I'll change my server name now because I'm coming to listen, but a lot of people were surviving off flows in terms of the allocations that were given regularly to them, and uh, that that cut off. So a lot of people had to now figure out a new model of living or surviving on the blockchain. And I've heard many of a conversation where people are very upset. And I can imagine, it's disenfranchisement in this recession that we're currently in. It's impossible to imagine that even on the blockchain, there's no security. And that's, hilarious to say that, security, no security. I don't know if you get it, but the question is, how can we do better? And how can we now cover the gap that flows created? I love the fact that I come from a background in business. So my dad used to say, create a problem only you can solve. And now flows have created a very unique problem in Lunauns. And I mean, what's the future look like? What's the outlook? And what what can we expect from Little Nouns, and how can people in the community and people watching us live please join the call here if you're watching us live on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, or Farcaster, wherever you're watching us from, please join the call. And yeah, shameless plug, if you guys want live stream services, you can always call on us as Builder DAO. We love doing this and publicizing it as far and wide as possible. Now back to the question is, how can we cover that gap with flows?
Yeah, the reality is that, and I'm preaching to the choir to many people in this current like space or event, and also like the community at large that I've now become meshed and immersed in. And so the reality is that a lot of people, including myself, didn't come to this space with any semblance of money. Like my father grew up like dirt floor poverty, like for real. And so like I climbed and clawed my way through, up the ladder in this industry, although I'm not even gonna say that. And so a lot of us came here because crypto, at least at the time that I got here, because it changed our material conditions, and that was something that's not afforded to us, whether you're in the States or the continent or the diaspora. Like that's it, crypto for me like changed my material conditions, although like I'm not rich, especially not in comparison to like my contributions to Web3 and DAOs and like all this stuff. And so like but at the end of the day, like flows, to some extent, it didn't make anybody rich. Like, let's keep it funky. But people were able to like sustain or like build projects. And there were people on there that didn't execute anything, but there are other people who used it to experiment. And for some of the first times in their lives, were able to like build creative projects in ways that were not able to be financed like locally or in their regions or even in their countries. And so crypto and Web3 became a mechanism in a way, and also like a tool within itself to like fund these like big ideas that they had. And so I have my reservations and issues with flows. However, I do think like, Little Nouns and adjacent communities need to push forth and band together to build more emergent, like experimental funding mechanisms, instead of continuing to like build the same things that we've continued to build. So because the reality is that if we look at I'm gonna say the whole entire continent, and Nairobi is, I've been intoxicated for the last 2 weeks, literally and figuratively, just out the creativity and the technology and like all the things happening here, and also looking at Nigeria and South Africa, and like even the things that are happening in Ethiopia with like the DAOs. Shout out to Ghost. It's very intoxicating to a person like me because I feel like the space has become very still. So can we band together and bring some DAOs and communities and other funders together within Web3 to do these experimental like funding mechanisms and tools or like platforms? And it's everything doesn't have to last for like 55 years. Like I realized that a long time ago doing like NGO work. Projects don't have to last a long time, but we can create these tools where people can experiment, draw forth lessons, and build like reiterate on like the next thing, so they'll continue to like innovate in the space, because it's become very stale. And so like I want to get away from this, like I feel like flows so much because people became dependent on it, and it reminds me very much of like the NGOs when I was working in that world 20 years ago, and they made sure that people became dependent on their programs and services and like all of those things, because they relied on that to get funding from these big ass like funders and philanthropists. And so, and it's very problematic, and I'm just keep it funky, it's white supremacy, it's a very neo-colonialist like mindset. I'm not saying flows is that, but it does remind me and trigger me a lot about those days. And so I just want to build like funding mechanisms, and I want the space to think about how we build those funding mechanisms so we can fund big ideas and really think about adoption is coming from like the quote unquote global south, and I hate that term, but just for this conversation, it's coming from India, it's coming from Southeast Asia, yet the majority of people and things that are getting funded are coming from the West. That's not me like making up shit, like that's real. And so I think we need to really think about how do we actually put a create space for people to put a battery in their own back, and really think about how we're funding like these big, really cool emergent ideas. And everything does not need to be about education and quote unquote awareness, because, and we were talking about this like at the event yesterday, me and Pizza Face guys, is that we lead with the technology. In reality, we need to lead with culture and like people to people. And you do that so well, Aziz, and like Abby and like Lulu and like all of you. Like we need to lead with people, we need to lead with culture, and that's how we like rope people in, not leading with these like very stale educational initiatives. And I know that sounds very like jarring, but I just want to see like really crazy ass like experiments around like funding and how we think about that. And you brought up Mondragon earlier, Patty, and like they've done like some of this stuff on the ground, and there's other people who have been doing that as well. There's a thing called Blackbird a few years ago, and they really threw the grant model out of the window, and they allowed people to like collectively decide how they would distribute money amongst each other, and really centered like equity, which the space hardly does and certainly doesn't do well. They also centered like people who come from resource communities, and they brought forth a lot of really cool like ideas in that process. And so I'd love to see just people put their heads together about what we can build, because current platforms also like lean on like whoever has the most votes, and not like who actually has like the dopest ideas. So I don't know, I can go on and on, but that's it.
I love it, Natalie. I think you just like nailed it. I think there were so many great points there. I think like the original question was like, how do we replace flows? And I think, let's be real, like flows was a very unique thing that existed for a moment in time. And if you were early to flows, it was very easy to basically get funding, because big pot of funding that flows got from now, and only so many people were applying for the funding, and even fewer people were actually like reviewing all these different projects that were asking for funding, and actually like being smart and having all the context and all the different projects. Like I remember that was really hard for me. A lot of people were like asking me to vote for their flow because I was one of the few people voting. And I'm like, okay, but like it's a lot of work for me to like actually review all the different projects and like actually make an informed decision on how to allocate this funding. And the funding has to come from somewhere, right? Like definitely in crypto, there's a lot of money moving around, and there's certainly opportunities if you're early somewhere, and if you are one of the early people that's contributing anything, there are definitely ways to like get funded. That's probably easier than outside of this small crypto ecosystem that we're all playing in. But at the end of the day, like the funding has to come from somewhere, right? And so there's no way to just get free money for forever. And if there was, then that would very quickly get drained basically in this free permissionless world we live in. So Flows basically like was not able to continue getting funding because overall the value that was getting created from Flows wasn't enough for Nouns, who was like the main leader of Flows, funding it. I will say like, yeah, so like someone could go create a new Flows, but you need to have a way to basically like get and fund all these different projects. And one of the big problems that had was that there just wasn't enough of an incentive for people to actually put in all the time and effort to actually make informed decisions. And so in aggregate, because of that, there just wasn't enough value being created to justify like the very large expense of funding all these different projects. I think Octant, like in terms of what is going to replace Flows or what is replacing Flows, Octant is very similar to Flows in the sense that you can basically get like a stream of funding, or there is a large pool of funds going to be allocated. Different creators and builders, different basically focuses and themes for where the community at large wants these funds to go. And the reason that Octant's able to do this is because they have like over 100,000 ETH from an ICO back in like 2017 that they decided to just like keep locked up and staked, generating yield, and they're allocating the yield from that. And Nouns is about to basically do a partnership or one of these V2 vaults with Octant, where Nouns will basically have like yield from at least 4,000 ETH that the Nouns community gets to allocate. So that'll be another experiment, but we'll still see. I think we're going to run into a lot of the same problems. I think Octant is already running into a lot of the same problems, that even if you have a lot of ETH, like how do you effectively incentivize and reward people to govern that in a way that's not just gameable and where people are just like allocating the funds to themselves. So unsolved problems. If anyone has any ideas, like that is one of the cool things about Web3 is that if you do build something cool and innovative and valuable, you can be anywhere in the world. You can, yeah, basically you can't, that is one way to get rich, but again, it's been done, but at least Web3 gives a relatively equal playing field and opportunity to do that.
As a fake moderator, Swarthy, would you like to participate?
Sorry, I was looking for that unmute button. So I think that something that I was really grateful to be able to be a part of during this call was like the open discussion of the current situation in the Nouns DAO. And I think that it was interesting to hear that it commented on that this was like a conversation that had stalled in happening. And I wanted to circle to mention that before I say that I think that the fractal governance framework pioneered by Dan Singh Joy, while it is simple, it does allow for a powerful way for us to keep people at the center of the decision making, and as well as to keep accountability in a distributed community, but to keep that accountability positive and focused on showing appreciation and highlighting value over, and avoid devolving into conflict. But at the same time, the framework allows for the distribution of a merit rating that can be used in determining allocation of funds, which I think has the capacity to be much more fair, considering that we play into what we know about behavioral psychology and intentionally create a mixture of large and small voting bodies. When you look at democratic systems at scale and say that it's hard to get 20% to 30% voter participation, and then democratic systems that are like significantly smaller populations, you can get larger voter turnout, but you often get tribal voter behavior, which is not ideal. So by using the fractal governance framework, we take larger voting bodies and break them into smaller consensus building groups, and use those breakout groups to determine the distribution of a merit token, an ERC 1155. And hearing the discussion here Fractal Nouns is an instance of these respect games that we were planning to start in 2026, mostly focused on how to keep these sub-DAOs connected and how to fund incentive distribution research that benefits the broader Nounish ecosystem. I think it would be cool to open those meetings up just to the Nouns ecosystem in general.
Swarthy, you cut out.
We lost you, brother.
Yeah, I don't know. Thank you, Patty, for coming. I don't know where Lulu that one's gonna be the moderator.
Yeah, I'm back. Actually,
Are you the
I
moderator?
mean, I was getting lost in the conversation of just seeing all of the angles. Um, Potentially looking at it from a perspective of a lot of people down here in Africa look at DAOs as organizations or traditional organizations, and I mean, what would a DAO in framework for Africa look like? Like, I mean, I think Ryan is in the room. Ryan, please, first of all, please introduce yourself and tell us about Create on Base, because it's a pain point or it's something that touches me somewhere. Because as I've told many people, I know nothing better to do than be a creative, and it's a passion. And I know many other creatives that are looking into the space and coming into this space, all hot and heavy NFTs, and you're designing NFTs. I'm gonna be rich. I swear. I looked at my black on black G-Wagon, and I was ready for good life and the expensive shit. But realizing that it's not that easy, and artists have a long way to go in the space and have opportunities. I mean, before I take too much of the mic, even me, I'm a mic hog. That's why I avoid. Thank you for joining us, Coco and Safari Dao. Please, let's first let Ryan come in. He was one of the speakers today. Ryan, the mic is yours.
Hey, GM, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Yeah, this is my first time on this platform, so thanks for having me here in this chat, and also thanks for introducing me to this platform. I'm not seen it before, but yeah, just I guess from my experience of from the based creator standpoint and providing what resources we can provide and the kind of structures that we've kind of experimented with so far, we've seen that there is kind of like a way for the community to build itself through a kind of I would say a fractal style, where there's regional chapters that can help to provide support for the local chapters, where each regional chapter is kind of in charge of like rolling out to the local chapters below and like helping to identify where the target cities are that would be ideal for a high per capita creator or builder or on chain, or like really just like what economies are we going to be targeting, like what developing countries have like the most need for the tools and the resources and the support that on-chain economies and the governance that we provide can actually be given to them. So I would say that like from what we're seeing on the create on base standpoint, providing that regional structure and then having that be a DAO for every chapter all the way down, very much like a fractal governance style where you're dividing the consensus up into the smaller groups, and then ideally we have chapters all throughout Africa in every country where they then can be each chapter is its own DAO. The fractal kind of governance of that would be each chapter would have its own votes towards the regional chapter, and then each regional chapter would have its own votes towards the global chapter. And I feel like in that way too, like it actually kind of mobilizes Africa as a entire continent globally, and kind of like gives it more of a seat at the table if we do it in that style.
mean, if you have any questions, thank you for that. Ryan, I mean, we share a similar belief in terms of supporting the ecosystem and creating uh, for us is sub DAOs, but huge chapters. And I mean, I've come into the calls and I've seen that we move quite similar in nature in terms of regular calls and consistency on Discord, making it a virtual office and pushing the narrative every day and learning new things. I've come to learn that you're a very capable resource in the ecosystem and everybody here knows you. So for those who guys who don't know Ryan, you don't know Ryan. Go find out who Ryan is. Anyway, I'm just joking. I mean, Ryan, thank you for what you're doing, and I've seen that you are working with a large community from Southern Africa. And if you're listening from East Africa and you are creative and you want to plug in, please, Ryan, drop your Discord chat link in the in the chats and also on the tweet, or the tech team can pick it up and also share it on tweet. Please make sure that it's a non-expiring link so that guys can always find their way to all the amazing things they're doing. So guys, one thing I'll warn you about the blockchain is it never ends, eh? There's no sleep on chain. Rand can tell you. I think he uses batteries at this point. So, but we'll get back to you Rand in a bit. Coco, thank you for coming through. Um, this for people who are just coming in and really don't understand what we're trying to do here. It's 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 madness with a formula. The madness is all of the DAOs come together, all of them, and all of them ask the problems and the challenges. We're all asking for the same thing. We're all asking for community. We're all asking for people to participate. And we don't have, I mean, I believe there's enough to go around. There's different ideas. And I'll give you my example before I let Miss Coco come in. Uh, so coming into the space, going into the little calls, I mean, the little nouns called, you're fast. And me, I'm Africa. So most of the time, you'll go between conversations so quickly that, and then when I'm catching on, you're laughing. So I'm like, did I miss a joke there? So it's been hours of catching up, and I mean, part of that is why didn't just join into all the DAOs, and we also aimed to start our own community because we have an idea. The idea is that we can support businesses, we can support ideas with DAO opportunities, and we can be able to always be there for each other. Because at the nature of what a DAO is, or when, like Swati would like to say, stop saying the word DAO so much. It's about the people. But did I get you right there?
You got that right. Thank you. Like hearing,
Yeah.
it sounds good coming out of somebody else's mouth too.
So it's been a learning opportunity. I mean, I tell you guys, it's been hours of frustrating conversations. Like, I don't understand this chat. I don't understand how it all works. And then you sit on it and you speak about it, and then one day it clicks. Once you get that factor that it's about the people, like bad or good, it's about the people. So we are the people. In Kenya, we have a saying that goes, "Nisisi ndo tuko," and it loosely translates to, "We are the only solution you have." Mm. So we are the only solution that I have and you have. So we are the only. This room is the only way we make it happen. So, I mean, one of the people that has been, I'll just run an intro because I do this a lot. So I meet Miss Coco on an event 2 years ago at one of the universities, and she goes up on stage. And from my perspective, I spoke to her for like 20 minutes outside the room, and I mean, she inspired me. She made the conversation of Africa's problem, I mean, seem like a solution. I mean, the fact that we don't have all the legislations and everything worked out is a good thing in a way, because somehow, some way, we can now create that on the blockchain. And from, if I mean, all of you have seen her, she's on Twitter everywhere. And Yeah, I have a problem. Yeah, sometimes I just joke around. I'm sorry. I enjoy having fun. Like Natalie would say, "Don't tempt me with a good time." And that's my thing. Like I know all of you from different rooms, and none of you see me coming because I just sit there and listen to you, and it's stories to my life. So that's me. I'm a watcher. So Miss Coco, before I take the room and talk about your life for you, please come up, eh? Miss Coco.
Yes, hi. I think you probably missed the chat where I said I'm at the grocery store. So if you hear something in the background, yeah, like that. So sorry about that. Um, I I I don't know really what to say other than I think we have a lot of work to do with DAOs, but then hearing and seeing how much momentum Build a DAO has achieved, it makes me realize we need better infrastructure. We need, better tools, better resources. I really like what Ryan was sharing earlier. But then also better kind of, how do I explain it? Like we need better identification of problems, right? And why I kind of came to this thought very recently is we often talk about DAOs and we often talk about like what they can achieve or what blockchain can achieve. And really, when you explain it to people, I spend a lot of time kind of now explaining blockchain to non-blockchain people. And I realize like it is very simple what we're trying to offer. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'll just keep it short, but it's like I'm very proud. I'm very proud to see this. Um, the people who do a lot of the work don't get a lot of recognition, and I just get to like, be here because Aziz, you invited me here. But I feel like it's yeah, it's. it- I'll just leave it at that. If there's any questions, but yeah.
I mean, you left it at that, so there's a lot of questions. But yes, thank you for sharing what you did. That was yeah.
Me personally, I mean, also speak from a perspective of Safari DAO. I mean, there was a question dropped in the chat a while back, Miss Lulu. I don't know if you can run it again. I can't find it at the moment. But yeah, I mean, talk about Safari DAO. What I mean, part of the conversation this year, and something that I really loved. And I don't know who's behind the Safari DAO name, but I hope it's Miss Yvonne. Did you drop off? I think so. But I mean, the conversation this year where we sat around, I mean, we sat around, I don't know how to explain, what is it, the baraza. And I mean, the conversation is pain points in the ecosystem and how we can solve them and how we can, ideally, uh, fund great ideas. Like, I mean, I've had conversations about taking safaris, and safaris, for those who don't know, is travel for lack of a better description. If I'm wrong, guys, please come up and tell me, correct me. So yeah, please, if the person behind Safari DAO can also say hi, because now you represent the organization under the name, right? Miss Coco, would you know who that is?
Hey, hi
Hi,
guys.
Hi, Miss Yvonne.
Hi. um, yeah, I'm just sneaking in and observing for today.
No, let me shamelessly plug Miss 40 under 40. I'm sorry. Also ICP founder, East Africa, one of the founders of Safari Die, if I'm not wrong. That's how you take the flow. This I forget. This is just the idea of everybody coming together. There's nouns in the house, nouns you can shout out. There's little nouns in the house. There's builder. There's create on base, There's Safari DAO. There's Build a DAO in this space. There was supposed to be I mean, there is Lisk is in the room. Lisk DAO was in the room. So ideally, it's a carnival. We want to share ideas. We want to break bread and ideally solve problems. Because I mean, there's nothing new under the sun. If you've not seen it, then the DAO, the guy, it's a DAO. I'm sorry, guys. There are many, but Endurance, please drop a list in the chat, please. Miss Abigail, don't come at me like that. But anyway, so ideally, it's a carnival to be able to bring. I mean, the 12 nights of Christmas from our perspective is us. I mean, the feeling of Christmas. I'm sorry, Miss Natalie. I know you don't like Christmas that much, but the feeling of Christmas is togetherness. It's when you share it with family. Like every single good advertisement that I know of, Coca-Cola and any other ad, I'm in the ad space, so I kind of sleep and I breathe them, but they never sell the product. They sell the experience. I mean, that's in the base nature of it. Yeah, there's order, there's systems, there's all these amazing things that make it all work together. But one on one, we're all humans. We all get high sometime. We want to go on the wild side sometime. But in all honesty, we all come together with a shared goal. In this whole room, one thing is clear. Everybody wants to support African or support creatives or support. Base layer, it's support. And funny enough, you didn't choose this path. That's something I've learned this year. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be organizing these spaces. But there's a need, and I can feel it. So it's time and place for me, for us, I believe. So Build a DAO is a subway, and that's what we would like to identify. Like Create on Base would identify as an agency. We're the subway. We want to get everywhere where they need to be. We want to support each other. We want to be the glue that sticks us together. By force, by fire, whether that crazy uncle or that nerdy cousin, whatever you want to call him, or her, pardon, Miss Lulu, don't come for me, Miss Abby. Funny enough, Billabong has more women than men. So, but I'm coming to you. But ideally, base layer, it's nothing else but to celebrate great achievements and to also achieve greatness at the same time and also look towards doing it for the people. And there's this amazing video, I'll share it in the groups, that goes, I mean, our forefathers had great wisdom. They were farmers. They didn't know much, but they knew that they did not know everything. And when they were creating the constitution and when they're creating these rules, they left errors. I mean, they left room for change because they knew the future generations would have different opinions towards it. I mean, just thinking about where we've come from in terms of slavery to where we are now. And now Gen Z, you tell them, oh, you don't look good today. Oh, why are you drinking at work? I quit. It's an amazing time to live in. So to have these opportunities of tech, to be able to stream multiple places at the same time, to have people from across the continent, shout out all of you, come into the call and talk about DAOs like a passion. Not, every other conversation is protocols and tech and development. This is just community, different models of community. So, I mean, Meramu, just come up and say your piece.
What's going on, brother? Hey, first off, I gotta shout you out, man. You are one of the hardest working. I know I'm talking crap in the chat, but that's just my thing. That's my shtick. But nah. You are one of the hardest working of you in here now. You like clone jitsu in this motherfucker. I'm a anime fan, you know what I mean? And you really be cloning yourself because you be in every chat, every minute of every day. And so, my hat goes off to you. And, I am, in a mode where I am, working on boundaries. But as you know, bro, I am here. I am here for this. And more than I am here, I am boots on the ground. I am a mouthpiece in the dark woods. I don't know why I'm in the dark woods. So. But no, I'm hella goofy, man. I'm also hella goofy, y'all. You know what I mean? I have a child at heart, and so I mean, I do come from a youthful aspect and perspective of like getting the youth involved in what we're doing, and this is really theirs. Everything we're building is really theirs, so it's almost like we can think whatever we want. You know what I mean? Until we get their minds here and creating and building, they might see stuff that we haven't even seen. They might be building way past us and faster than us and like really have the keys, So I'm really interested in like breaking the chain of where information passing down this information, because in my family we have continually had to start over. And I know in some other families, in some places that are more affluent than my family, the secrets are passed down and they're not starting from square one every single time. They're not building, we're building from square one and we have to be resilient and all this stuff. Like, no, I'm past being resilient. I'm ready to be thriving. You know what I mean? And so I'm ready to build the cookbook to pass the sauce on so that the people that come after me are not going to have to start from square one again. There's no way. And so Moto, I think you're doing that. You're building the foundation and building blocks. All of y'all in here. That's why we in here. All of y'all in here. That's why we in here. Y'all know what I mean? We outside.
I appreciate you, mate. I appreciate you. I mean, in all this dark, I'd say this. One thing, and I think, you can disagree with me, but blockchain is a dark place. And I feel like it's, what the Wild West was a dark place. Meaning, somebody said the other day, you could shoot somebody and you wouldn't get anywhere. Nothing would have happened. But that's the price of being, frontier, starting out. The challenges, eh? Yeah, all of you have faced them. I have my stripes in this space. I mean, I don't want to plug it here because it might kill the energy. But yeah, I have my stripes. Early this year, I experienced my own stripes, and some of you know what I did or what I went through. And still, in that day, in that moment, it was my darkest day. And in that moment, I remember saying, "I'm never building a DAO again." It's enough to swallow you. Like, what did I do wrong? All I wanted was to unite, and this is the shit. And there's many stories, there's many variants that have been going about the space, and I've not deemed it important to address them because it's not important. The people are. That's what we do. Like, that's why we're here. Like, all of you at the base layer, like, I do understand that there's a sickness of the crown. Yeah, enough people praise your pardon my French, it's a live space, but enough people praise your bullshit, you're gonna say your own shit. So you're gonna eat some of that. It's drinking the Kool-Aid, like somebody said earlier today. And this is an idea. It's an idea that every year we can come and say, look, you're drinking the Kool-Aid. Because we're not drinking the same Kool-Aid. And the beauty of it is we all stick our lines so strongly. We believe in what we say we want to deliver. I mean, if you guys don't know Ryan, I've said again, go find Ryan. Ryan will make you feel like you don't work. 7 calls at the same time. He jumps like a fairy. You know that song? I'm a fairy. I'm a fairy. That's Ryan right there. And it's inspiring to see different ideas, different delivery points. Going through the ecosystem, it's amazing. You all are amazing. That's what we're doing here. We're celebrating y'all. Forget about us. We're doing this for you because it's Christmas. And if we could split bread like on the 13th when we're going out of town, it's an idea. We're not branding any of this shit anymore because what are we selling? I mean, what are we selling? Don't sell. I was saying earlier today, we are preachers of the gospel. And like preachers of the gospel, you go down to the street in the beginning and you call out people and you're like, come in, come to my church. And then the next time it's, you go into come to my church, and then you don't say that. What you say is, this is the gospel. And then eventually some people start following the gospel. And some people become a crowd, your congregation and your flock. And that's how it is. So we're just preaching the gospel. So, yeah. Ryan, you can tell us a little bit more about how people can join and participate in East Africa and in other parts of the continent where Builder DAO is operational, primarily like Ethiopia, and a few other guys. Really, please don't leave. I missed you guys in Argentina, and this year we would like to also have a call like this one where we can discuss, map out a few collaborative events. I love what Pizza DAO does in terms of the Global Pizza Party. And please, Ryan, shamelessly plug the Pizza DAO Global Pizza Party. We're live on several channels, I think on 5 channels right now. And tell us how we can plug in, how everybody can plug in, and what it is that we do. Meta already spoke about Pizza DAO a little bit.
Yeah, man. I would just say that everybody needs to just tell their friends to just show up, and bogey, like come by, like bring your squad. Like whatever you need to do, like in your local language and your culture, say like, you just need to bring 5 friends. You need to come and join, just like you're saying, come and join the global church of Ethereum and on-chain, and doing things the right way, by the grassroots economy that we're building on-chain. And just bring your folks, like bring your people. Like all we need is five people per chapter to get started, and then we can start the interest group and we can get people in, and we basically vote for a council of a president, a vice president, a treasurer, secretary, and an education lead. And those are the 5 that are really the minimum that's needed to start a chapter. Once we have those 5 that are like really dedicated, that will give really a commitment for the next few months to say that they're going to be volunteering to run the chapter and help to grow it, then like the rest of what the chapter can do, it's really the sky's the limit, uh, because like we're just giving the structure and the resources and the networking, for the entire chapter and the members of the chapter to be autonomous and to really learn and to distribute that learning, and to teach and to like bring people in, and to onboard. And there's a lot of opportunities throughout the entire network for internships and career opportunities. So there's volunteer opportunities, there's earning opportunities, there's work opportunities. So there's just so many things that we're really just building an entire economy together. And it's just about like uniting people together, all the different organizations that are pushing for a better world and a better on-chain economy. Come and join, like help us to build something in your local area. Most likely there's not yet a chapter in your local area if you're listening right now. And the way to tap in is just come by the Discord. You can come by the discord.thecreators.com, and also discord.pizzadao.xyz. Both of these are going to be a really great place for you to tap in on this global movement to, bring the world on chain and pizza the planet.
Molto bene. We don't have the sound. I'm a Luigi Primo. I'm sorry. With my head. So Willy Wonka, please come up. Say hi. I know you all know each other. We are the ones that are coming into the space. That I don't know if you know any of the guys, if you all know each other, but if you want to shout out anyone, please, Shamelessly, the thing I've only learned about this is you decide what you want to do. Please unmute and say some.
Sure, I'm still here. I've been multitasking, but I was only planning to be here for a couple hours, but the conversation was so good. I was having so much fun that I decided to stick around. It's been awesome to hear from Ryan, who I'd only met through Farcaster before, but I've seen him building, and definitely agree with everything he's saying. I think Pizza DAO is such an awesome community where anyone can get involved. You can actually have these IRL events, and it's a great way to like proliferate Ethereum and show, the broader masses who many think crypto is a scam, that no, we're cool people who are trying to make the world a better place, and who doesn't like free pizza. Yeah, I think to your point, like if you're looking to just get involved with the DAO, I think that there's a lot of DAOs that are already out there. And one of the cool things is that you can like find a DAO that aligns with your mission, whatever you're passionate about, and get involved with a community of like-minded people who are trying to work together on the same mission. And if you have a mission and there's not already a DAO out there trying to solve that, then you can start your own DAO. I think on that note, like something that is kind of critical for any DAO, there's kind of two pieces that I think help DAOs be successful. And basically the first one is like the meme for that DAO. And I don't just mean like a cartoon image, but I mean like, what is the mission for that DAO? What is that DAO's purpose of existing? And if you can just make that really clear, then what you'll find is that other people who share that mission, when they hear about it, can come get involved. And so I think DAOs that do a really good job of that are like Give It, for example, just building the future of giving. When we started building Give It DAO, basically there's people all around the world who already were like, part of this regen movement, and who believed we could use Web3 to solve a lot of the problems with the traditional nonprofit social impact space, and didn't even know exactly how to do that. Maybe they all had some different ideas, but they were aligned with that mission, with that cause. And so by having a really clear meme of like, oh, Give It is the DAO that's building the future of giving, then what that enabled is like people all around the world who believed in that mission and who wanted to contribute to it, but didn't know exactly how, could just come get involved. They could join the Discord. They could start showing up to meetings. They could make a proposal and actually, join the community and get rewarded if they contributed meaningfully. So that's, I think, just a good lesson for any of these communities, is like really focus on that meme and proliferating that, raising awareness around your community's mission and purpose of existing. The second piece that I think is really hard but really important is just like the user experience. Once someone hears about what your DAO's mission is, if they resonate with that and they want to get involved, what does the experience look like? And if you can make that really smooth, where someone can very quickly come join the community and understand how to contribute, how to participate, how to get involved, and have that be a good experience where when they come say hi in the Discord, like people are welcoming them and helping them navigate this, then you're off to a really good start. Basically, like you have a good meme, people can come in, they can get involved, and they can start contributing. And then ideally like get rewarded with ownership, with governance power once they've contributed. If you can figure that part out, then you have a really good like flywheel, basically, where people can hear about it, they can come get involved, they can contribute, they can get rewarded and become actual like community members and governors of your DAO. Much easier said than done. I think like even like Nouns really struggles with that, and it's not very easy for someone to actually like come get involved and contribute and figure out how to navigate this complex ecosystem. But it's like also just a big opportunity for improvement that I know a lot of community members are interested in fixing. So those would be the kind of the two main things I would focus on for any DAO, like trying to nail that. What is your meme? What is your reason for existing? For people who, and that's probably, I probably got to drop, but definitely if you're interested in Nouns, I mentioned this earlier, check out nounspace.com. It's a platform we've been building for the Nouns community for a year and a half. It's a fully customizable Farcaster client inspired by MySpace, and it's really focused on being like the hub for the Nouns community and trying to solve a lot of these problems where you can see everything that's going on in one place and like quickly get involved, meet the different community members, and really show what you're about by customizing your own profile. We're working right now on Blank Space, which is a launch pad where any community will be able to deploy their own version of Nouns Space in like a minute. And we're working to make it not only like free, have free options, but also like a revenue positive thing where you can easily deploy a token through Clanker. That's then just like integrated with your space system. Everyone who holds that token will show up in your community's directory. And you can actually like, we're trying to give these communities tools to help their token be more successful, basically, to help give utility and use cases to their token. And all these things that you need to have when you have a token, like price charts and swaps and governance, enabling communities to have that all in one place without having to write the code to make that happen. So if that's something you're interested in, you can sign up for the waitlist on Blank Space. It's very close. We can give you guys, if you want, a sneak peek of the first space system that we're launching next to Noun Space. It's clanker.space. We haven't announced it yet. It's not, it's live, but it's not finished. But it's using the same backend basically as Noun Space. It's just an example of how we can take all that stuff we built for nouns and basically very easily apply that to any community. So thank you all for having me. This has been really awesome. Very excited to see that there's still lots of cool people like y'all that believe in DAOs and are trying to figure it out. That's what gives me, that's what makes me bullish that we are going to be able to solve these challenges that are kind of inherent when you're building something awesome and brand new like this.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better. Guys, put your hands together, man. That was an amazing pathway to take for the call. I mean, lastly, I think there's no more shameless plugs to plug in, but Fireside Ryan is not on the call anymore. Yeah, so I mean, this Fireside chat, I was hoping it'd be there. Swati, could you speak on it? Ryan, you're back. Could you speak on the Fireside and drop the links for guys who want to participate? Or is it already happening? Are you? I think I mean, it ran longer than we expected, and that's how it is, organic and like a tree. And I'll leave you guys with this because it came to me today. TikTok device intervention. So there's three types of people. There's only three types of people in this life. There's the leaf people, the branch people, and the root people. So it can also apply to business. It can apply to you sticking it out. So the leaf people, when the seasons are cold, the leaves fall off. The branch people, they stick around. But when things get really hard and heavy, they fall off. And is the root people. The root people, they stick around. And I look forward to having more conversations, more interactions with you all as the year comes through. And those guys who have come to join the space on Twitter, on all of the other spaces, and are learning a little bit about DAOs and interested in the idea that we can self-govern consistently, then I'm glad you came. And come again. We're looking to do this regularly we do on Discord. You can come and chat. But this is a seasonal event that you can come and meet all of the amazing individuals in the space doing amazing things. And it's high time that you guys go on Twitter and tag. If you're on Twitter, please hashtag DAO Carnival so we can know, 2026 IRL. So we know if we're going to be doing it again or, it takes a lot of time, and I tell you, it takes a lot of time and effort and self-commitment. And you guys know the Africa situation, so it, you know what I'm saying. It's an idea that you all know about DAOs, and DAOs become mainstream because DAOs are so amazing. They're the bedrock, in my opinion, of what the blockchain is. A shout out, Abigail, real quick, please, 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 please. Shout out the event on the 13th again. Tell us what we're going to be having. And let's see if Metamu and the rest of the guys can pay a ticket to come down. And let's have a great, great Christmas together.
Thank you so much for that, Mutu Mutu. Welcome Safari DAO, welcome Coco. Oh, they left. Okay, welcome to the people who've just joined us. So, you all know I'm your plug girly for events and listen. It's the time to touch some grass, time to relax. If you're an adrenaline junkie, please come. If you're not, you have to be like for a hot 1 minute. So as we wrap up the Bonanza on the 13th of December 2025, which will be next weekend, we have a road trip to Nanyuki and we are going off road, full vibes, zero chill, no laptops for this trip. And I repeat, no laptops for this trip. It's just you, your clothes, and vibes, nothing else. So we have 2.2 kilometers off road karting. Yes, real off road chaos. There'll be racing. And trust you me, Motomoto is the worst racer you can compete with because man, your card will be hit more than once, more than twice. And yeah, it's crazy. So there'll be bonfire, there'll be music, there'll be barbecue, games. If you know you can play poker really well, man, come down. Monopoly, all board games will be there. The road trip madness and memories. Oh my god, with Anganya. For the people who are not from Kenya, if you don't know what Tanganya is, I'm gonna drop the link right now and see what Tanganya looks like. And there'll be pizza, courtesy of Pizza Base and Pizza DAO. And oh my god, the slots are limited. And when it's full, no negotiations. So, guys, I don't know if I should drop my number down here in the comments so that you can book ASAP. And it's only $38. I mean, bro, for all this, and you're not gonna be there, Metamu, off-road cutting, man. Oh my god, I don't know, like y'all should be ready for the excitement, man. Back to you, Mutu.
On it. I mean, Ethiopia is in the room, I think. Thank you for joining, guys. Please, this campaign is for everyone to come and understand the blockchain and see what opportunities lay before us. And I'll tell you one thing. The base layer of every organization is a DAO. If you don't believe Polygon DAO, Lathe, Arbitrum DAO, all DAOs. And like Natalie said, we are IRL people. Blockchain is new, but we love it and we love all of you. I mean, thank you guys for joining. Please come again tomorrow. I was hoping I'm about to wrap the call at 11 or in the next 2 minutes. Please participate. Raise your hand, you speak. Yeah, you don't even need to raise your hand in this time to unmute and speak. On it.
I saw Bunet. Bunet, you raise your hand. What's up with you? Welcome. You want to speak? Talk with us. No, but I heard you say Oregon Dow. Every time I try to leave, they keep pulling me back in. Did you say that?
Yeah, don't play with me, man. Don't play with me.
I need to research Oregon Dow then. Thanks for
So,
the opportunity. Okay.
so guys, I mean, I wish, is it sickle cell? Just shamelessly plug. Etet, are you there? Etet, no. Miss Lulu, can you plug in? What's it called? The DAO, sickle cell anemia. I had it and I was like, "Bet that's a great initiative." Miss Lulu, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Miss Lulu, you ragged. Anyway, guys, we'll catch them next year, hopefully IRL. All of you guys, thank you for sticking around this long. We know it takes to commit to such conversations, but we believe that panels are for virtual and physical is for fun with a capital F and the U and an N. All caps. So if you like to have fun and you like to be bad with us this Christmas. Come down to your new with us. It's limited slots. And when I say limited slots, trust me, it's limited. And come down, let's race. And this Miss Abigail said, I'm a terror. So love you guys. Thank you guys for sticking around on the virtual space. Come again tomorrow. We're going to be having our call before the break. We're going to be talking about legal on the blockchain and seeing what that looks like, strategy in terms of business and operations, and what you can expect to, be able to create a thriving business. We have a few models that we're working on. Currently, the first 500 campaign where we're training 500 businesses on the blockchain and helping them transition as we move into the new age of technology and ownership. So, if you're interested in the blockchain and you want to build now, please plug into our Discord. Miss Abigail, drop the Discord links. Perfect. You see, this page read my mind. So please come down. We're going to be having a lot of IRL events. We're going to be having a lot of trainings with young learners. And if you have some time and you want to commit, like some of the speakers have said earlier today, it's all contribution. We have a respect game going on, so you can earn your way into the DAO and you can also buy. So, Miss Abigail, please drop a link to the NFT line and let's start the bidding. You know, let everybody buy. So, on that note, bye. I'll catch you guys later on the virtual space. We're gonna do every day. They say you do your best until you know better, and then when you know better, you do better. So, simply put, let's keep championing the causes that we're championing. It will all work itself out, Work out the shillings. Work out the cents and the shillings will self out. Have a good night, guys. Let's build a DAO on the fifth day of the 12 nights of Christmas. We are going to be closing later this week. So please come along for the ride. If you want to support, you can send contributions to the multisig and buy the NFT in any other format. We are always open on the Discord server for discussions. So come around, let's chat, let's be bold, let's be bad, and let's be in a situation where we do not have to ask for permission. And that's what the blockchain offers. So have a good night, guys. It's been me, the crew, the DAO core team has been doing an amazing team design, strategy, amazing team, events team, and you all to have amazing